Tribune. 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 Hello. Without a doubt, you came here today to learn about the most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet, the dinosaurs. But today, in contrast to those magnificent beasts, the creature we will be examining is admittedly less impressive, even puny in stature at less than 2 meters tall. It is the paleontologist. Normally it is Lucy, but now, using the latest in streaming technology, we can see for ourselves. Shall we?
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
Feeding almost entirely on plants, it has no sharp claws or fearsome teeth.
There you go.
Being so preoccupied with the study of ancient life, the fossil scientist seems to exist only to dig up, examine, and discuss fossils.
The same dinosaur.
Although many of his kind are shy and reclusive, ours here has learned to communicate over vast distances, broadcasting his strange sounds far and wide.
Ankylosaurus and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is indeed true in human face bone, birds are dinosaurs.
His bizarre display is fascinating to watch. Creatures like this are quite rare, requiring very specific conditions to survive.
Thanks for the hydrate. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Pretty cool, right?
So that it does not die out like the fossil organisms which it studies, we must work to protect this rare and curious creature from extinction.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Hello, everybody. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's real good to have you here. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday, Birds Day. And a very, very happy 99th birthday to Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. Hope I'm saying that correctly. I do not speak Polish.
Really
Never been to Poland.
No expense.
But, and Lenina, thank you for that gift sub. Thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. Appreciate that very much. We're going to be celebrating today the life and legacy of this remarkable person. She was the leader of the Polish-Mongolian expeditions back in the 1970s, which discovered dinosaurs like Gallimimus and Deinocheirus, scads of Cretaceous mammals that turned out to be incredibly important for understanding our own ancestry. And she inspired, I don't know how many, children to go into science in Poland. Really cool person. I really don't know enough about her, so we're going to be learning about her together today. Hope you're excited for that. If anybody's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So you probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I do that. I study dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I'm most interested in, what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. I am very excited to, about a month from now, go out and continue digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming and Utah. Let me show you a clip of that real quick. Let's see. Scooch to Utah here. Doing here with a crew from the Utah Geological Survey, and so glad you could come along. Welcome to our dinosaur dig. We're gonna be live streaming that even more this summer. But let's see here. Very excited about this. There we go. Beautiful. And Lenina says it's hard to believe we'll be back to office streams in just over a week. Yeah, it's true, Lenina. I'm gonna give myself a few days when I get back to kind of unpack and get all the gear set up again for streaming back in the office. And Nova Ninja, yeah, we're gonna stream the digs just like last year, except even more. Today's stream and then 3 more streams, I think, out here, provided that the weather and everything. This is from August 6th. Yeah. And then I'm gonna be back in the Bay Area for a little bit, and then go back out to Utah in about mid-September for some more fieldwork streams. That didn't end up happening because the British Broadcasting Corporation stepped in and
the infant
said no to any other cameras being there. So,
ontogeny.
Truckhorn, thank you for the 23 months of support. I really appreciate that. Now at tier 2, thank you, Truckhorn. Appreciate you very much. Appreciate that. Anyway, I was hoping to do more fieldwork live streams this past September, but apparently the crew had signed a pretty restrictive contract with the BBC, and photography of any kind, any sort of recording at all whatsoever, was prohibited. I don't think crew members were even allowed to take pictures with their phones, because they had a BBC camera crew there, so... Anyway, this year it's not going to be like that. Anywho, yeah. But yeah. Let's see who's here in the chat, and we'll say hello. Then we'll get into talking about our topic for the day. Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. Jaworowska. We'll actually get a real Polish speaker to pronounce the name as well, because I've got a video with that. But this remarkable person, her influence on the field of dinosaur paleontology, vertebrate paleontology in general, pretty noteworthy.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards.
Hogan, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I really appreciate that. Holy cow, Hogan. Thank you. Excellent. Hogan, thank you very much. We're at a level 2 hype train here. Let's see if we can get to a level 3. That's excellent. Thank you, Hogan. Excellent stuff. Yeah. Let's scroll up to the top and see who is here in the chat. I think Kodali and Matt M33 were first again today, as always it seems. So good to have you both here. Welcome back. Thank you for your enthusiasm and your ongoing support. Niffler, how are you doing? Hello. I hope everything's going well with you.
Spared no expense.
And Lordy
gifted a tier 1 sub to Melanie SP.
Thank you, Lordy, for that gift sub. I really appreciate that. Generous of you, Lordy. I appreciate it. Excellent. Yeah. We've got Golganek here, too. How are you doing, Golganek? Welcome, welcome. Niffler, great to see you. Claire Burr might not be here today. I understand, Claire. Thank you for saying so, though. Who else have we got? Yukon's Bud. How are you doing? Fall Machine 1790. What's shaking, Fall Machine? Ricodactylus. Hello to you. Phoenix the Archaeologist. Welcome back. It is good to see you. Diagonal. I hope things are going well in your part of the world. It's good to see you, Diagonal. The Lenina. Lenina, I hope you're having a great day. It's good to see you. Who else have we got? Samish Nom Nom and She Geek. How are you doing? Science Streams. Welcome back, Blint. I hope you're having a great day so far as well. Really enjoyed our crossover stream last night. Darn technical difficulties. Hopefully those will get resolved sometime soon. Not your fault, I presume. Probably like a Twitch guest star glitch. But, anyway. Looking forward to our next crossover, Belinda. That was a good one. Rachel Darling Endeavors and Neilf, Danish Viking, and Risen29. Bonsoir to you too, Risen. Hello. Paleo Lord, how are you doing? I'm glad you could make it today. And it's Shakespeare, how are you doing? Welcome. Thank you again for your raid yesterday. We've got Reaganation. A salute to you too, Reaganation. Thank you. Frozen Yak, it's good to see you. I hope things are good for you and yours. Le Petit Prince, what's shaking? I'm glad you could make it today. Jody Fish says good afternoon, and a good afternoon to you as well, Jody Fish. Steely Dan, the high hide, yeah. Flug, how are you doing? Welcome. Mighty Draz. Thank you for saying hello. Hello to you too. Birds of the Dawn, I am also excited about Thursday, Birds Day. It's going to be a good one today, I think. Naughty but nice. I'm glad you've returned too. How is everything? Hope you're doing well. And Jerry Rick says, Dobry Wiskor from the UK. Does that mean like good afternoon in Polish? I don't know any Polish. I really don't. Yeah. Yeah, scrolling down. Tolkien Otaku, welcome. It's good to have you here. Miss Yvette, hello. Feral Yoshi, good to see you. And Hogan, thank you for 10 gift subs. You're helping us get a little bit closer to our goal. I appreciate that, Hogan. Thank you. I'm sure I'm as excited as those 10 recipients of those subs and this wonderful cinema bird. Uh-oh.
Hogan 698 is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Hogan. I appreciate your generosity very much there. Thank you so much. That is excellent. Good stuff. Yeah. But yeah. A Sloppy Salamander, how are you doing? Hello. Has anything come out of the BBC contract yet? I don't think they're done editing it yet. They might not even air this stuff. Who knows? But yeah, I was supposed to be digging at an Ankylosaur site last summer. And I think they were doing a thing on ankylosaurs, and yeah. I have some more details. I'm not supposed to share them though, so yeah. Hubble launched 34 years ago today. Very cool, Flug. Very cool. Did you know Edwin Hubble himself used to be one of the most famous people in the world? I talked about this with Belint last night a little bit. We mentioned this at least. Hollywood celebrities used to line up to look through his telescope. He was a big shot. He was one of the most well-known people on the planet. That sounds pretty cool, you know. If you want to live in a time where some of the most famous people on Earth are scientists, Edwin Hubble and Albert Einstein and Roy Chapman Andrews. Yeah. Subsonic Flight, afternoon to you too. How you doing? Welcome. Will62, howdy to you also. Good to have you here. Johnny Kilo, I'm glad you're back. How are you doing? It's good to see you as well. And Alexander Morrison has been under a spell of hay fever for the last 4 or 5 days. I'm sorry to hear that, Alexander. Finally getting clear of this nonsense. Anyways, greetings all. Greetings to you too, Alexander Morrison. Here's hoping the allergies stop soon. Yowza. And Nediaz says, good evening from Germany. Hello, hello, Nediaz. And good afternoon from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Hope you're having a great day. It's good to have you. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, let's see what the actual weather is right now. Or what the actual view is. There we go. Kind of overcast day today. We've got the Golden Gate Bridge right there, San Francisco Bay, Emeryville, Berkeley, Richmond. Actually, no, I guess that's still Berkeley over there. But yeah, the peregrine falcon chicks have hatched, by the way, over at the over on the UC Berkeley campus. We'll take a look at them later for Thursday Birds Day. Sam wasn't it. How are you doing? Hello, hello, Hypnogene. I'm glad you could be here. Hello, hello. And Shakespeare. There you go, Claire Burr. Claire Burr, you're back. It's good to see you, Claire. And Feral Yoshi says, I saw and took a picture of a turkey vulture yesterday for the first time. Just getting my Thursday Birds Day in early. Very nice.
Blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things. Yeah.
Steve Miriam Ford 2, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Harry Vetch, how are you doing, Harry? Hello, hello. Jerry at Rick, good to see you. And Sam wasn't it? Says Polish mentioned? Yeah. Yeah. Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. Notable Polish paleontologist. She died in 2015, but today would have been her 99th birthday. So we're celebrating her life and her discoveries, her scientific achievements today. And this is another achievement there. Holy cow, Hogan. Does this put you in the #1 slot? 10 more gift subs? Thank you for your generosity and your support of this community and of science outreach here on Twitch, Hogan. It means a lot. Thank you. Uh-oh. Oh, not again. Shoot.
Hogan 698 is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Hogan. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Holy cow. Thank you, Hogan. There's 10 very excited people in the chat right now who won't have to worry about any ads until I leave for the field. That is exciting to me. It's exciting to them. I'm sure it's exciting to people watching too to see this kind of support. So thank you. Thank you very much. Excellent. But yeah. Your cousin used to work on Hubble. Very cool, Neverwinter. He's a programmer for STSI. I don't know if I'm familiar with that acronym. Let me look that up. State Traffic Safety Information from the Department of Transformation. No, Space Telescope Science Institute. That's it right there. This must be it. Yeah. What do we have here? Victorious. Thank you for those 3 gift subs there. Yeet. Thank you, Victorious.
Victorious' subscription.
I really appreciate that, Victorious. I don't know why Stream Elements glitches out like that. If you gift 2 or 3 subs, it'll say that you gifted yourself a sub. And I don't know why. I don't know why it has that bug. But, don't trust me. Try it for yourselves, chat. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Scrollin' Swims with Whales and Gemseer. How are you doing? Hello, both of you. Burbs indeed, Gemseer. We are going to be talking about birds for Thursday Birds Day later on in the stream. And Eddie Scarron, fun fact, Rexy from the... What's Rexy? Canonically 34 years old. Interesting, Eddie Scarron. Huh. I don't know what that means. But cool. Cool. Yeah, I was talking about this with Belint last night. Maybe you were there for it. Most dinosaurs that we have, that we've actually been able to determine the age of death for, most of them are not close to mature. The very, very most mature dinosaur that we have is something like 48 years old at death. And it's a little bit imprecise. There's sometimes a little bit of wiggle room there, or like determining the exact age at death can be kind of tricky, but the oldest dinosaurs we have seem to be in their late 40s. And some of these dinosaurs were huge, which just goes to show that they grew really, really fast. You know, to hatch out of an egg this big and then grow to be, 70 feet long and do that in less than 40 years, that's pretty impressive. That's a pretty quick growth rate there. Yeah. Scrolling. Naughty but nice is I was watching a magpie walking and bobbing its head. Wondered what kind of dinosaurs did that? A lot of the theropods, naughty but nice. A lot of the theropods. The two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs, of which magpies are just one kind. All birds are theropod dinosaurs. Birds evolved from two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs. Kind of similar to the troodontids. Velociraptor is there too with the dromaeosaurids. They're pretty close to birds. These guys had feathers. Tyrannosaurus is not super far away too. But these are theropod dinosaurs there. The most bird-like dinosaurs we have, apart from actual birds, are critters like Anchiornis, which has been described before as a punk rock magpie. The thing is, we actually know what colors this dinosaur was, which is pretty neat. Really well-preserved color cells in the feathers tell us that this dinosaur had kind of like a red mohawk, had black and white stripes on its wing and leg feathers. So that's why all these different depictions that you see are consistent in that coloration there. Yeah, this guy's a little troodontid, like Troodon. Anchiornis. Pretty cool critter. Yeah. And Rhacodactylus... Wait, what were you saying? I missed something. Oh, Jody Fish, thank you for reposting what Rhacodactylus says. Sorry to correct you, but you mispronounced my name.
Paging Dr. DACTYLUS Paleosalute.
Thank you, Sloppy Salamander, for those 200 bits, and congratulations to Rhacodactylus, now Dr. Dactylus. You passed your doctoral defense? That is incredibly exciting. Congratulations, Rhacodactylus. Congratulations. Holy cow. Super exciting. Congratulations, Rhacodactylus. That is super awesome. What does it feel like? What does that feel like? Does it feel real yet? Has it sunk in? That is super cool. That is super cool. Yeah. It was a journey, says Rhacodactylus. Yeah. Fantastic. Fantastic. Will62 says, can you imagine a herd of bipedal dinosaurs head bobbing while walking? Definitely. Yeah. Dude, we've seen that in movies before, like with Jurassic Park, Gallimimus. We'll be talking about Gallimimus today. Gallimimus was discovered in the Polish-Mongolian expeditions led by Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. Yeah, I've been in a fugue state for hours now. It'll when that sinks in, Rhacodactylus, it'll be something. Yeah, I hope you've got some champagne or something at the ready. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, congratulations, Rhacodactylus. That is really, really exciting. And, yeah. Anywho. I've been kicking myself this afternoon because I can't find the book that I got by Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. It's called Hunting for Dinosaurs. I have this book. It was recommended to me this past summer. And I got it, and I read it cover to cover a little while ago, and now I can't find it. Oop, wrong button. I haven't been able to find it. Or else I would share it with you. But I did manage to find some videos in Polish about this important paleontologist. But before we get to those, I've got another video here. Here we go. This is from a presentation from a year ago with Natalia Jagielska. Natalia Jagielska, sorry. You're probably familiar with her. She discovered or described Dziark Skianek. It's a pterosaur. It was all over the news here. I'll lay some groundwork. We'll look at this clip first. There we go.
We walked in Jurassic. Skull have revealed even more detail. Talk me through what you have in your hand.
I'm holding a model of Dziark Skianek. It was commissioned by a local artist, and it's more or less how the creature might have looked like in real life. You can see how well adapted to flight it was.
So,
it has this elongate wing finger, which anchored entire.
Natalia is a paleontologist and paleo-artist.
You can see how the jaw was related to flying and catching fishes filled with those very sharp teeth. It has
So she's from
long
Poland.
tail, which we use as a rudder when in flight.
And so last year she gave a presentation at PaleoStreamCon, which is hosted and put together by PaleoStream here on Twitch. Can we get a shout out for PaleoStream? So here she is talking about Polish paleontology and kind of the history of Polish paleontology.
Its ideology with every single leader that came by.
Here we go.
What was kind of fascinating, out of vertebrate paleontology, there was during the interwar period and post-war period, where women, the paleontology of a lot of Eastern Europe, including Poland.
So this is really, really cool, I think, in that Poland at the time kind of really encapsulated that like Soviet ideal of like, you know, men and women being totally equal, working alongside one another. Most of the vertebrate paleontologists during this era from Eastern Europe were women, including Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska.
Was very feminine-based. So one of the first persons to cumulate all historic Polish texts on Polish geology was Regina Flasherowa, who also was a first Polish senator and women's rights activist. A lot of people during that time were both politically involved and scientists. You had period to war, we had a lot of people doing invertebrate research. That was in the 1920s, 1930s. But things started changing in the 60s and 70s with vertebrate paleontology gaining new life thanks to people like Kielan-Jaworowska, Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska, and Teresa Marińska, who were like three Indiana Joneses of the time. They went to Polish Mongolian
Three Indiana Joneses. I like that.
expeditions, and with collaboration with Mongolian country, which is also a Soviet satellite state, helped excavate a lot of important fossils, which revolutionized fields of paleontology. And since the 1990s, there were more paleontologists and paleoartists, including Marta Schubert, who works on most of paleo artworks displayed in Polish museums, which are absolutely amazing. We're going to be seeing them later.
Wait, Neverwinter, you didn't know that Halska Smolska was a woman? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Halska Raptor, named after her. Yeah. You see these names pop up a lot in the history of vertebrate paleontology, especially in like the 70s and 80s. But yeah, Halska Smolska, Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska, Teresa Marianska. Yeah. Women paleontologists. And in the United States at the time, there weren't very many female paleontologists. I kind of struggle to think of any prominent female paleontologists, vertebrate paleontologists, that a dinosaur guy would know about, at least. In the field of dinosaur paleontology in the United States in the 1970s and 80s, I struggle to think of... Yeah. Times have changed a lot. But times changed earlier in Poland than they did in the US, which is interesting. Yeah. But yeah, it's behind you, Marta, said Spunky Monkey Boy. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. We're going to be seeing them later. And during the Polish Mongolian expeditions, which were actually legal, so there's no exploitation. The Mongolian government and Polish allowed to go simultaneously on the place. Both people had rights to publish. There was a good trade-off. So other things that were discovered stayed in Mongolia. Some of them went in Poland. Some things were just casted and sent to Poland. And there's a trade of things going back and forth between two countries still.
Yeah. Naughty But Nice says, was the lady who found Sue the T-Rex a paleontologist? Susan Hendrickson is not a professional paleontologist. She did find Sue and a couple of other dinosaur specimens, as far as I know. I think she found some other critters apart from just that one specimen. But she's not like a professional paleontologist. She's never produced any research or, she was basically like, I think more or less a volunteer on that crew, which is awesome. But I don't think she would call herself a paleontologist. I think she may have been, was she a professional diver? She may have been like a professional salvage diver. But she would just go out during the summers and dig dinosaurs with Pete and Neil Larson and kind of that crew. Yeah, but that was in 1990 that Susan Hendrickson found that Tyrannosaurus specimen.
So it was not a colonial exploitation, it was more like a collaboration between two institutions in which everybody was seen as equal, which is cool, and we should be doing it much more often. Because that expedition brought so many fossils that are known globally on, like the famous Deinocheirus hands, which has still held in
Deinocheirus here, yeah.
To be accessed as casts in Poland, and the famous Velociraptor attacking Protoceratops. Also, all the whole types were described of various Ankylosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus, Oviraptorids, all the things in the 70s and 60s.
Yep. And the famous fighting dinosaurs there too, the Velociraptor and Protoceratops. That was discovered in 1971 by the Polish-Mongolian expedition, led by Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. Pretty neat. Here, let's take a look at this little video here, which unfortunately does not have subtitles, and I do not speak Polish, but if anyone here does, if you can understand Polish, well, hopefully you'll enjoy this. But this is cool because this is, archival footage from the 80s, I believe. Yeah, Professor Dr. Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. I probably butchered that pronunciation, but I'm trying, you know? Give me a break.
Profesor Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska reprezentuje
Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska.
Profesor Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska reprezentuje paleontologię, dziedzinę wiedzy zajmującą się zwierzętami i roślinami kopalnymi.
Nice.
To właśnie paleontologia
That's a cool dog she's got, too.
wiedzę na temat początków kształtowania się życia na Ziemi.
I wonder if that's her dog. I wonder if that's her office here. It very well might not be. And your godmother's son is fluent in Polish. Very cool, Anina. And that is presumably one of the ancient mammals that she discovered during these expeditions. So, I'm of course a dinosaur guy. Dinosaurs are what I study. Dinosaurs are what I publish on. Dinosaurs are what I dig up. I'm interested in dinosaurs. Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska is well known to dinosaur paleontologists, but she's arguably an even more important figure in the history of mammal paleontology. And that's because these expeditions, the Polish-Mongolian expeditions back in the 1970s, discovered a tremendous number of really important mammal fossils from the age of the dinosaurs. And we've got a little excerpt in a book here about that. Let me grab it. Yeah. Oh, it's a very funny fluke. Let's see. I had this just a minute ago. This is a lovely book about kind of the history of the study of fossil mammals called Beasts of Eden by David Rains Wallace. Highly recommend. It's the same book that I bought for Fisher McDermott, who's kind of an up-and-coming mammal paleontologist. I purchased this for him live on stream back in like October or something. I wonder if he's had a chance to read it yet. I know he's a busy guy. But let's see. Page 207 and 208. There we go. After World War II, Soviet bloc scientists took over the search for early mammals in Mongolia, assisted by local collaborators. The Soviet Union fielded well-equipped Gobi expeditions to the Gobi Desert of Mongolia, like we were talking about the other day. In the late 1940s, which, besides making impressive dinosaur discoveries, brought the Cold War into bone hunting by questioning the Cretaceous date of the Americans' 1920s Flaming Cliffs mammal fossils. Then, from 1963 to 1971, 8 Polish-Mongolian expeditions led by Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska, an early mammal authority, explored the Gobi Desert. So inspired during the Nazi occupation of her country, underground schooling by one of Roy Chapman Andrews' books, Kielan-Jaworowska combined Andrews' logistical skills with Granger's and Matthews' paleontological ones to find the best Mesozoic mammal fossils yet, along with many Cretaceous mammals and dinosaurs. Crawling around with magnifying glasses in 104-degree Fahrenheit heat, she and her team discovered 50 mammal skulls at the Flaming Cliffs, and 100 more in various other locations, along with enough postcranial bones to generate new ideas about how Mesozoic Mongolia's multituberculates, deltathirs, and early eutherians had looked and behaved. Indeed, they collected so many new fossils that they became upset at not finding any specimens of the genera represented in the New York collections, and were relieved when they finally located 3 well-preserved skulls of Zalamdalestes, the Americans' major eutherian find. They also found a single relic of the Andrews expedition itself at the Flaming Cliffs, a bottle cap. Sic transit gloria. They also proved that the Flaming Cliffs mammals really were Cretaceous, to the relief of the American Museum, which has sent Malcolm McKenna to Warsaw with exact copies of the Andrew expedition's contour maps to make a case for their age. That's just a brief excerpt in here about this. But the thing is, until those mammal fossils were discovered in Mongolia, we didn't really have a good understanding of what our mammal ancestors looked like during the age of dinosaurs. In fact, there were some paleontologists who kind of suspected that mammals didn't even exist until after the dinosaurs had gone extinct. Nowadays, we recognize that mammals and dinosaurs first evolved around the same time, back in, like, the late Triassic. And it's just that mammals were pretty tiny and not very common until after the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs. So yeah. Little archaeology on the side, yeah, as a treat, Cat's the Dreamer. You can have a little archaeology as a treat. Finding that bottle cap. But yeah. And Smock Wabileski from Poland. Yeah, well, though we're not really talking about Polish fossils today. These are fossils from Mongolia. Because a team of Polish paleontologists teamed up with some Mongolian paleontologists to make these discoveries.
Skierowały uczoną w stronę badań nad bezkręgowcami kopalnymi. Dla tej grupy opracowała ona obszerną monografię tzw. trylobitów dewońskich i ordowickich, zamieszkujących przed setkami milionów lat.
Sometimes like this I wish I understood Polish.
Obserwacje te zostały następnie poszerzone o
But those are some of her publications there, presumably. And she's being celebrated on television for her contributions at the time.
Które doczekało się kompletnego opracowania przez profesor Jaworowską, było opisanie aparatów szczękowych wieloszczepów. W kilku kolejnych publikacjach na ten temat, jakie ukazały się w języku
She gonna give a treat to the dog?
nakreśliła ona główne kierunki ewolucji tych aparatów, dając równocześnie...
What is that? It better not be chocolate. No, she wouldn't do that.
Od początku lat 60. profesor Kielan-Jaworowska organizuje serię wypraw paleontologicznych na pustynię Gobi. Ekspedycje te prowadzone wspólnie przez Polską Akademię Nauk i Akademię Nauk Mongolskiej Republiki Ludowej.
The gummy bears is Andy that you think?
Zebrano znaczną ilość dinozaurów i innych ssaków
Dinozaur?
Dość w tym miejscu podkreślić.
Inadequate grass? Well.
You know that new sound you looking for? Well, listen to this.
Inadequate grass? Thank you for the raid. And welcome to Paleontologizing. I hope you had an excellent stream. How was Red Dead Redemption 2? I hope it was even better than the first one. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Today, we are celebrating the life and scientific legacy of this remarkable female paleontologist from Poland. She would have been 99 years old today. It's her birthday today. Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska, leader of the Polish-Mongolian expeditions that discovered such dinosaurs as Gallimimus and Deinonychus, the famous fighting dinosaurs, the Velociraptor and Protoceratops, locked in mortal combat. Those were discovered during these expeditions. Her work helped propel our understanding of not just dinosaurs, but also fossil mammals. Here she is, paging through one of her manuscripts about these fossil mammals that her team discovered. They help propel our understanding of these animals tremendously. We didn't really have, like, Eutherian mammal fossils. Not very many before this. They found so many there. Hugely influential. We're celebrating her today. Expedition lead and fossil mammal expert Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska today. And hey, Charlie's Dragon, how are you doing? Welcome. Ender Iron Man says happy birthday. Thanks, Ender. Yeah. And it was very good. I'm glad to hear it. Inadequate grass. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. Yeah. Here, let's
ssaków kopalnych.
continue this.
Dość
Again, I
cennym
wish I understood
podkreślić,
Polish.
że wyprawy
There's
te
no
zostały
subtitles.
ocenione przez świat paleontologiczny jako jedne z najpoważniejszych.
But those are a bunch of the mammal jaws
Ich
that her
bogaty
team
plon
uncovered.
pozwolił profesor Kielan-Jaworowski na podjęcie badań nad ssakami kredowymi. Rzuciły one sporo nowego światła na wczesne etapy ewolucji ssaków. Oprócz działalności ściśle naukowej, profesor Kielan-Jaworowska prowadzi również działalność popularyzatorską. Napisała
Why are you
kilka
putting the camera
książek
over there?
popularno-naukowych, wiele artykułów na tematy paleontologii kręgowców i zagadnień ewolucji. Profesor Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska od lat związana jest z Warszawą. Początkowo pracowała jako pomocniczy pracownik naukowy w ówczesnej katedrze paleontologii.
So many people have never heard of her,
Następnie jako
even though she is, you know, a big deal in the history of vertebrate paleontology. To the point where I think in 1995, she actually received the highest honor that the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology can bestow. The Romer Simpson Medal. This is an award that's given out once a year. Yeah, so the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology is the professional society for vertebrate paleontologists, scientists who study fossil bones. This is like our global organization, and the Romer Simpson Medal is the Society's highest award. It's awarded for sustained and outstanding scholarly excellence in the discipline of vertebrate paleontology. I thought this would have a list of winners, but Romer Simpson Medal, yep. There we go. Wikipedia's got a list. There was none in 1991. Interesting. But Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska got it in 1995. Among such other luminaries is Ned Colbert, John Ostrom, discoverer of Deinonychus and father of the dinosaur renaissance, Malcolm McKenna, Mary Dawson, Bill Clements, Jose Bonaparte, Ferris Jenkins, Phil Gingrich, Jack Horner, my old boss, another winner of the Romer Simpson Medal, Kay Berensmeyer, one of the founders of like paleotaphonomy, Jenny Clack, who worked on fossil amphibians and like the transition from water to land for vertebrate animals. Yeah. Juan Langston Jr., who discovered Quetzalcoatlus. Yeah. So, how many of these have there been? 1987 to, I want to say Mark Norell got it in 2023. Let's see. There are only 35 paleontologists who have ever gotten this. So it is a very high honor. And plus, I guess you've got Alfred Sherwood Romer and George Gaylord Simpson. So I guess you could say there's 37 paleontologists who have been honored in this way. But that's not very many. Yeah. And no award in 91? Why? I don't know, Gravity. It's a good question. Maybe they forgot? I don't know. And Phil Curry's on there too? Yeah, he is. 2017. Excellent. Good for him. That's awesome. Shoot, I met Phil Curry the same year that he got that. Or maybe it was the year after. But yeah. He bought me a beer. We're all out for pizza. We at the Dead Lizard Society had a get-together with Phil Curry when he came to Bozeman, Montana. And, yeah. Good guy. I like Phil. Anyway. Yeah. Apparently, the way that this works is that you can submit proposals for certain people to be given the award, but only one is awarded every year. And so it's, you know, this is paleontology's Medal of Honor, basically. Or the Distinguished Service Cross, or whatever else you want to, I don't know. It is the highest award that our society can bestow. And Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska, she got it back in 1995. I love this photo of her. Yeah. But yeah. Exemplary excavator. There you go, Moosey Fate. Yeah. And gravity. I am not. No. This is like, it's an award that's given to like elder statespeople in the field. You know, not the sort of thing that anybody under the age of 60 should be receiving. You know? And I'm only 59, so, you know, give me another year. No, I'm just kidding. I'm 21, of course, like all Twitch streamers. So. Yeah. Yeah, here, let's take a look at this from nature.com. Much of what we know about the origin and early evolution of mammals stems directly or indirectly from the work of Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. Her greatest achievement was the collection of fossils amassed by several Polish-Mongolian expeditions to the Gobi Desert, 1963 to 1971, which she led. She also discovered species of crocodile, lizard, turtle, dinosaur, and bird. The Gobi specimens, which included skulls and skeletons, were unprecedented in their variety, number, and completeness. Kielan-Jaworowska spent half a century describing and interpreting them while forging scientific exchange from Poland through the Iron Curtain. The fossils altered views on mammalian history and stimulated discoveries around the world. Kielan-Jaworowska, who died on the 13th of March, 2015, came of age in war-torn Eastern Europe. Born in 1925 in the town of Sokolo Podlaski in east-central Poland. Apologies if I severely mispronounced that. She spent most of her formative and professional years in Warsaw, with higher education banned and punishable by death at the hands of the Nazi occupiers. She enrolled in clandestine classes at the University of Warsaw. That's pretty awesome. She's like, I'm not going to let any Nazis tell me not to learn. I'm going to go do it anyway. She also served as a medic from age 15 in the Polish resistance until the Warsaw Uprising of 1944 and the subsequent leveling of the city by retreating Nazi forces. Ugh. Not only that, but also during World War II, she risked her life, and her family collectively risked their lives, to shelter some Jewish friends from the Nazis, to basically hide them from the Nazis. During the occupation, Franciszek and Maria Kielan, must have been Kielan-Jaworowska's mother, lived in Warsaw with their daughters, Krystyna and Zofia. One day in 1942, Krystyna got to know Janina Prot, a new girl from her class from Warsaw. In due course, as the two became friends, Janina told Krystyna that she was Jewish and that she had left her parents, who were hiding in a nearby town, and had come to Warsaw on her own, believing that she had a greater chance of surviving there. Stirred by her friend's plight, Krystyna and her sister Zofia, we're talking about Zofia today, just to keep you on track, they decided to ask their parents to shelter Janina. Despite the danger, the parents agreed and took Janina into their home without expecting anything in return. Later, the Kielans arranged for Janina to stay with acquaintances in a village, Zdyunska Debrawa, where she helped with the housework, but was soon sent back to the Kielans after the village authorities began suspecting her true identity. One day in 1942, Prot was joined by Romana Lax, later Kaplan, who also turned up on the Kielan's doorstep after her hiding place on the Aryan side of the city became too dangerous. For several months, the Kielans and their two daughters sheltered both Janina and Romana until Romana found a place in a convent near Warsaw, where she remained until the area was liberated by the Red Army. After suffering terrible hardships during the Warsaw Uprising in the summer of 1944, Prot stayed with the Kielans until after the area was liberated. After the war, the two survivors emigrated to the United States, where they were followed several years later by Zofia and Krystyna Kielan. Survivors and saviors remained friendly for many years. On May 1999, Yad Vashem recognized their daughter, Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska, as righteous among the nations. Apparently that's like a title of honor if you helped save people, from Nazi death during the war. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Maybe you can understand why we're celebrating her life and legacy today. Not only was she a remarkable scientist, but she was actively fighting against the Nazis in every way that she could. Salute to her. Holy cow. Truly exemplary, Alexander Morrison. Truly exemplary. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So yeah, not only that, but yeah, she served as a medic from age 15 in the Polish resistance until the Warsaw Uprising of 1944 and the subsequent leveling of the city by retreating Nazi forces. In 1945, Kielan-Jaworowska joined the Zoological Museum in Warsaw as a volunteer, helping with its post-war restoration. That's pretty awesome. She got her start in paleontology in the same way that I did. Volunteering in a museum. That's awesome. Here she came under the influence of leading invertebrate paleontologist Roman Kozlowski, who supervised her master's degree awarded in 1949 and her doctoral work completed in 1952 at the University of Warsaw. Her early research, which continued into the 60s, concerned trilobites and sea worms, marine fossils from the Paleozoic era. Sea worms have complex and delicate jaws, previously known from isolated fragments. Using innovative techniques, she was able to prepare complete specimens. Very cool. So she was doing interesting and innovative and groundbreaking stuff from the very beginning. Kielan-Jaworowska's formidable research and leadership abilities led to her appointment in 1961 as director of the preeminent Institute of Paleobiology in Warsaw, part of the Polish Academy of Sciences. By coincidence, as she was assuming directorship, the PAN established a cooperative agreement with Mongolia for paleontological expeditions. Kielan-Jaworowska, who had been long interested in invertebrates, reading as a student of the Zoological Museum Library, miraculously spared from wartime damage. She was aware of the Gobi Desert's dinosaur and other vertebrate fossils, thanks to legendary discoveries made in the 1920s. We've talked about this before, the Central Asiatic expeditions in the 1920s under Roy Chapman Andrews. She was basically the Roy Chapman Andrews of the 60s and 70s. But she was cooperating with the Mongolian people to do that, rather than, it was almost kind of parachute science back in the 20s. I understand that it's just how you did things back then, but it's cool that she had helped develop a different approach in the 60s and 70s. Fate put her in the right place at the right time. Equipment and supplies to sustain a field party of 20 expedition members for 3 months. All the supplies were shipped to Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia's capital, before each field season. Polish-Mongolian parties made several spectacular discoveries of late Cretaceous vertebrates in the Nemegt Basin, including the fighting dinosaurs, a kickboxing velociraptor locked in a death pose with a plant-eating Protoceratops right here. The awesome forelimbs of Dinochirus, an ostrich dinosaur. We'll be talking about that critter in a bit too. And the mammal specimen she would go on to study. Nothing stood between Kielan-Jaworowska and her work. In 1971, having suffered a ruptured eardrum during a Gobi sandstorm, she traveled back to Warsaw for surgery and then returned immediately to resume fieldwork. Holy cow, she was a beast. That is awesome. Imagine that. Having your eardrum ruptured during a hellish sandstorm, traveling all the way home to get surgery to get that repaired, and then immediately coming back out to the field. That's some dedication right there. That's pretty cool. As fossils from the expeditions came pouring in, she navigated Cold War roadblocks to establish ties with leading Western scholars, notably those in Britain, France, and the United States, anticipating political glasnost, openness, by a good 2 decades. She built a science network from her hub in Warsaw, with spokes running to research programs worldwide. For a discipline built mainly on the study of fossil teeth and jaw fragments, because she was working on Mesozoic mammals. Mesozoic mammals basically are just teeth and jaws. Kielan-Jaworowska's discoveries were a game changer. Because of their stunning completeness, the species she painstakingly collected and described have become points of reference in the study of early mammals. Multituberculates, early rodent-like forms. These critters look like this. They are kind of superficially rodent-like. Yeah. You know, little critters like that. Kind of mouse-like mammals that are very much not mice. They're not rodents at all, but they belong to a group that's now extinct. They have these weird 4th premolars right there, where they've got just like this big, you know, they've been described as fan-shaped teeth in the back right there. Yeah, wild. Multituberculates are abundant and well represented in the collections. In collaboration with French and British colleagues, Kielan-Jaworowska sectioned 2 skulls of Nemegt Batar and Trulsan-Batar, providing details of cranial vasculature, innervation, and the brain itself. The Gobi specimens underscored the fact that the new fossils can upend decades of entrenched wisdom. Deltatheridium, for example, found in the 1920s, was long thought to have been a peculiar sort of placental mammal, the group that dominates today. Her specimen showed that it is closely related to marsupials. Deltatheridium would have looked, you know, like this. Kind of opossum-like. Yeah. Picture basically like, you know, an opossum. And you'd be pretty close. These mammals were, you know, they're interesting, but they're not terribly charismatic looking. They're not exciting to look at, even if they're exciting to think about, being related to our ancestors. Kielan-Jaworowska set into motion a remarkable new age of exploration and discovery. Paleontologists have continued to exploit the fossil-rich Gobi Desert and elsewhere. Breathtakingly complete Jurassic and Cretaceous specimens, including hair, have been recovered from Liaoning, China. Well, feathers, I think, is what are they talking about? Mammals? Anyway. Zofia made the most of her 89 years, continuing with research well after her retirement from the PAN. In 2004, she published Mammals from the Age of Dinosaurs, a widely used reference book. She made substantial contributions as editor of the journal Acta Paleontologica Polonica, which we still publish in today, often helping developing world scientists to publish their research. Zofia spurred everyone to do their best. She was a peerless role model. Apart from her intellectual prowess, she will be remembered most for her indomitable spirit. Her style was, at times, unapologetically exacting. An apprenticeship with her was akin to a martial arts training with a Buddhist monk. But she pushed the rest of us to reach for better science. We will miss her. Oh, and Rich Cifelli wrote this. Very cool. Here's a link. Yeah, that is why we're talking about her today. You've got some understanding of what she was all about now. Yeah, that's pretty cool. A lot of the stuff I didn't know. So I'm learning some of this alongside you right now today. But yeah. Yeah, there's some more stuff in here as well. Here's another resource for you. But let's take a look at another little video here in Polish. Unfortunately, there's no subtitles for this one either.
Całe Muzeum Ewolucji tak naprawdę
But this is evidently the museum in Warsaw,
Kielan-Jaworowskiej i powstało w oparciu o
showcasing some of the specimens that she helped bring back from Mongolia.
Wyprawy na pustynię Gobi.
Some Tarbosaurus jaws. Yeah, there's a Tarbosaurus skeleton right there.
Tego muzeum są oczywiście dinozaury, wielkie, atrakcyjne, przyciągające
dinosaurs.
szerszej publiczności. I są tutaj dinozaury zarówno roślinożerne.
That might be a Pisticellacaudia right there, which is a big
są
titanosaur dinosaur.
zmontowane całe, a są też modele.
Or it could be Nemectosaurus. That looks more like a Nemectosaurus skull.
Szkielety, których w całości
Tarbosaurus skeleton.
tutaj u nas są zrekonstruowane, są ich modele.
Jeżeli chodzi
And there she is.
dinozaury, trudność wiązała
This is from 9 years ago.
wielkością.
This must be just before she died.
Bo czasem największy szkielet,
Those are the arms of Deinonychus right there too.
To razem z otaczającą skałą ważył kilka ton.
Natomiast takimi najważniejszym elementem dorobku i
Historia ssaków, zwłaszcza
nacechovala
There's some of the mammal specimens that she personally studied. She wasn't really a dinosaur person, she was a mammal person. But Nemectotard, that's probably one of the critters she named.
To znaczy tych, które żyły za czasów panowania dinozaurów, jest na ogół słabo poznana. A tutaj
Golganek says of Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska, hardcore and wise, saving lives from an early age. We need more humans like that. Agreed, Golganek. Agreed.
Mongolii były one w doskonałym stanie zachowania. Większość ssaków z
Katapspatar, another one of these little Cretaceous mammals she helped bring to life. She probably published this critter.
Się, pełzając na czworakach, czasem leżąc.
And I didn't mean like that, Steely Dan. Yeah, we're all mammal people, but she studied mammals.
Skały.
I też u nas tutaj w gablotach są te malutkie ssaki.
So you can go in it. What's really cool is some of these specimens that might not be particularly charismatic, they're still on display there in the museum because they're important.
Szkielety multituberkulatów, czyli wieloguzkowców.
Multituberculate mammals.
Są też całe szkielety
like Zollamdolestes.
Multituberkulatów, czyli wieloguzkowców. To były ssaki roślinożerne, które miały po prostu na zębach wiele guzków. Zęby były szerokie po to, żeby lepiej móc rozdrabniać pokarm przez tarcie jakby między tymi zębami. To była grupa ssaków, która już wymarła, żyła tylko w okresie Mezozoiku, ale była szeroko rozprzestrzeniona po całym świecie. Natomiast był taki czas, że rzeczywiście Polacy mieli największą na świecie kolekcję multituberkulatów z pustyni Gobi. I tutaj do nas zjeżdżali się goście zagraniczni, dokładnie z całego świata, po to, żeby jakby współpracować z panią profesor, żeby oglądać to, co ona znalazła, a ona też chętnie z nimi współpracowała, także stała się światową damą paleontologii.
What's funny is that if you just had like normal person who speaks Polish listening to this, that would be the one word they wouldn't understand. Like, what? Multituberculata? What does that mean? That's the one word that we get here.
Cały czas, będąc na wyprawie, chce się coś znaleźć.
Lovely Tarbosaurus right here.
Więc myśmy zebrali około 180 szkieletów. To jest dość dużo.
Salute. Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. She's been honored with a number of different critters named after her over the years, including this one right here, Zofia Batar. It's a little mammal from, I want to say it's either from the western US or it's from, like, Portugal. Let's look it up. Zofia Batar is an extinct genus of mammal from the Upper Jurassic. Lived in North America alongside dinosaurs like Diplodocus and Allosaurus. Yeah. Zofia Batar has been found in Wyoming. The animal was reportedly about 12 inches long. That's probably from the tip of its snout to the end of its tail. It seems to have been a rather specialized creature, judging by the dennary. Zofia bataridae are believed to have belonged to the allodontid line. Allodontid mammals. Oh, I think these are some of the same figures that that we saw in that video. Scrolling across the screen. But yeah. And there's a name we recognize today. But yeah. Pretty cool. So there's Zofia Batar, named after Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. Zofia is, her first name. Batar is a Mongolian name. It means hero. And it's kind of like a suffix that, it's affixed to a lot of different Mesozoic mammal names. In the same way that, like, ornithomimid dinosaurs, or mimus, something mimus, this and that mimus, gallimimus, ornithomimus, struthiomimus, pelicanomimus, garudamimus. Batar is kind of like the popular suffix for a lot of, like, Mongolian Mesozoic mammals and Mesozoic mammals in general. But yeah. There's Cryptobatar, there's Zofia Batar, there's, I think, Allobatar. Yeah. Let's see, a bunch of these will probably have Batar, right? Cynobatar, yeah. Ameribatar. You gotta love it. I do get an inordinate amount of joy when you've got, like, a suffix like that that's at the end of different critters' names. I like that a lot. Yeah. And hey, Rosand, how are you doing? Welcome. Yeah. Would you please post that video for us, Danny? You bet, Claire Burr. Yeah. That is right here.
Trudność wiązała się z ich wielkością.
There we go. A lot of the allodontid. Well, there you go. Okay, Charlie Dragon. Cool. Yeah.
To razem z
So yeah. Eobatar is another one. Monobatar, Cynobatar, Hyshanobatar, Albion Batar, Pro Albion Batar, and here's the other one named after her, Kielanobatar, named after Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. Pretty cool. Yeah. So that really is one of the biggest compliments you can receive as a scientist is when a colleague names a new genus or a new species after you. It's pretty cool. And she's had a few. Yeah. And how many of those are just immature forms? Well, these are mammals, so the immature forms would be a lot smaller. But yeah, science streams. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Enlightened Tight says, hung out with a mollusk scientist the other day. Very cool. Was so fun. Got a new appreciation for those critters. Awesome. Enlightened Tight. Very cool. What kind of mollusks did they work on? Like bivalves or gastropods or cephalopods? Yeah. Lumpers is blood. There you go, science. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And Beards, that sounds cool. Yeah. Zofia is probably a pretty common name in Poland, I would imagine, but I don't have numbers to back that up. Pretty cool stuff. And then we've got this, which is not in Polish. It's in Spanish for some reason. But we can have English subtitles here, so let's pull those up. Spanish auto-generated to English. Here we go. Yeah, about Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. Yeah.
Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. Destacada paleobiológica y académica.
Let's see, is this correct? Let's see. Auto-translate to English. There we go. Yeah.
Polaca, maestría en zoología y paleontología, doctorado por la Universidad de Varsovia. Realizó una extraordinaria carrera
in the complex study of the history of life on our planet.
Lideró una serie de expediciones
led a series of Polish paleontological expeditions along with the Mongolians to the Gobi Desert of Mongolia and the Namek Basin in the years 1964, 1970, and 1971. It was at that time that a relatively unexplored... hang on, I think there were 8 different years, I think. It was, what, 1964 to 1971, I think? 1963 to 1971? Yeah. Yeah.
Difícil acceso, tanto física como políticamente.
Yeah.
Zofia Kielan supervisó todos los aspectos del
She
programa.
supervised all aspects
El
of the program.
descubrimiento más relevante
The
fueron
most
dos
relevant
patas
discovery
delanteras
with
de
2 front
Dinosaur.
legs of a
Lo único que se ha
Dinokairos.
encontrado de este
The only thing that has been
dinosaurio
found of
cuyas
this
magnitudes
dinosaur,
eran enormes.
whose magnitudes were enormous. And that's the thing, is that, oh man, I'm excited to talk about this right now. This is one of those dinosaurs that was very, very mysterious for a long, long time. You've got these huge arms. The name Dinokairos means terrible arms. And that's really all they had from this critter. What in the world could this be? Nobody really knew. And you see this in older dinosaur books. Let me show you. It almost took on kind of a legendary sort of status. These are the biggest arms that have ever been found of like a 2-legged dinosaur. And that's all they had from them. So in books, sometimes you just see depictions of the arms like that. What in the world could this be? Nuts. And it was a mystery for a long time, and I believe I have another clip of that. There we go, and I will find that for you presently. There we go. This is from a video that I did a while back. It was actually a review for a video game called Prehistoric Kingdom. And in that I talk about Dinokairos a bit. Let's see. Here we go. I tell a little story about this critter. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. You all behave for previously recorded Danny here.
13, I was presenting research.
There we go.
Wondrous and astounding enough as they are, just for being real.
Oh, Sweetie Pie.
I'll tell you a little story.
I'll be right back. You watch chat, Sweetie
In
Pie.
2013, I was presenting research at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. All of us had heard rumors of a big reveal concerning a theropod dinosaur called Deinocheirus. Now, Deinocheirus was first discovered in Mongolia back in the 1960s, but we only really had its arms. And these arms were enormous, like 8 feet long, the biggest arms ever on a theropod dinosaur. For decades afterward, it was a mystery what the rest of this dinosaur looked like. Nobody knew for sure. But we learned from the SVP abstract volume that an international team had discovered a decent skeleton of this animal. And we knew at this meeting, we might get to find out what this famously mysterious dinosaur really was. It was quite the scene. Maybe 1/3 of all the vertebrate paleontologists in the world crammed ourselves into this ballroom. It was standing room only, and we waited for the talk to start. One of the presenting researchers was from Japan, and he had a pretty thick accent. Frankly, he was a little bit difficult to understand. But as the presentation went on, we all leaned forward as he showed us photo after photo of the new material, revealing to us piece by piece what the rest of the skeleton of Deinocheirus looked like. And then the next slide. 40 years of mystery just concluded there before our very eyes. A gorgeous 3D model of the full animal, all fleshed out, just slowly rotating there on the screen. And it wasn't like any other dinosaur we'd ever seen before. A whole ballroom full of scientists who had been silently watching with bated breath suddenly, spontaneously stood up and began to applaud. I had never seen anything like this at a scientific conference before. It was magical. I'll never forget that for as long as I live. It's a shining example of what dinosaur paleontology could be. Beautiful marriage of science and art and discovery. You know what reminds me of that moment? Prehistoric Kingdom does.
Because they featured Deinocheirus in it, yeah.
Not as a monster, but as a real animal, in all its weird and wonderful splendor, accurate in every detail they could muster, based on real fossils and real scholarship.
Pretty cool stuff. Anyway, Deinocheirus was originally discovered by Zofia and her crew. A cross between a big duck and a yak. I like that, Alexander Morrison. I like that. Yeah, Deinocheirus. A weird and cool critter. I believe we've got a clip from, not Prehistoric Kingdom, but Prehistoric Planet. There we go. Yeah, take a look at this.
Blood-sucking flies, which infest his coat. They're irritating and even painful. And while his huge claws enable him to have a good scratch, there are always some spots that are just out of reach. To get to them, he needs assistance. A dead tree. That could be the answer.
You like a good scratch, Sweetie Pie?
Much better.
Yeah. Based on the arms, I would have imagined just a big theropod, says Casted Dreamer. Turned out to be even weirder and cooler than that. We had long suspected that the animal might have been an ornithomimosaur. And here, I'll show you. We've got a book here that talks about this. Excuse me, sweetie pie. There we go. This, of course, is David Norman's Illustrated Encyclopedia of Dinosaurs, illustrated by John Sibbick. And ornithomimosaurs and oviraptorosaurs. There we go. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm trying to find the text about Dinochirus in here, but those are the arms. I love this photo. I wish I had like a super high-res version of this. This could be like a poster on the wall. This would also be like an excellent album cover. Something about that photo is just... it's just stellar. I love it. Yeah. Dinochirus Terrible Hand is a remarkable fossil from the late Cretaceous of southern Mongolia. Dinochirus consists of just 2 huge arms that were discovered by the Polish-Mongolian expedition. See photograph. And their general arrangement and proportions, these puzzlingly large arms most closely resemble those of ornithomimosaurs. The arms are long, and for their size relatively slender, and end in 3-fingered hands. The fingers themselves are huge, but are of practically equal length, a characteristic of ornithomimosaurs. However, the first finger shows no obvious thumb-like ability to fold inward to form an effective grip, as in ornithomimosaurs. Exactly what the rest of the animal looked like is a complete mystery. Well, it was back when this book was written in the early 1980s, or even late 1970s for much of the book. But, now we know what the rest of the animal looked like. And I know that Phil Curry, who, like we said, is another member, or another recipient of the Romer Simpson Medal, we know that he had a talk about Dinochirus. Let me see if I can find that. Dinochirus, Phil Curry. There we go. I think Phil might have been pretty tired this day. It's not the most engaging talk.
Hunting dinosaurs in Mongolia. And it was that book that made me make the decision that I was going to be a dinosaur paleontologist.
And was that the book that Zofia wrote, or the book that Roy Chapman Andrews wrote?
But by the time I was 12, I realized a little bit about the politics of the world and the fact that I would probably never get to Mongolia. And all was not lost, because I also realized that dinosaurs were found in Alberta. And in fact, the Alberta resources were very good ones. As a kid being raised in the Toronto area, I then turned my attention west and convinced my parents to take me out here, and eventually I
didn't know you grew up near Toronto.
Job of collecting dinosaurs in the province of Alberta. Mongolia, though, has always been a magnet to me.
It is for a lot of
I never expected to go there, as I said, and until one day I actually woke up in the Gobi Desert under the sun. I thought I was dreaming up to that point. It was really very, very special.
Mongolia really is like the promised land. It's like the holy land of dinosaur paleontology. Mongolia or the American West, both. American and Canadian West, I suppose. But Mongolia... I hope you're not drinking that, sweetie pie. Oh, you're drinking out of my water? Gross, sweetie pie. Anyway, let's continue this. Let me rinse this out.
The things that took me to Mongolia weren't the fact that I had decided when I was 11 years old that I wanted to be a dinosaur paleontologist. The things that took me to Mongolia was the fact that the dinosaurs of Mongolia are all very, very closely related to the dinosaurs of Alberta. And to me, that was very special. Now, I got to go to Mongolia for the first time 25 years ago.
You do it.
And that was a very special trip. It wasn't an expedition. Subsequently, though, I've been involved in 2 sets of expedition that have taken me to Mongolia virtually every year. And I've been able to compare the dinosaurs from that part of the world with the dinosaurs in this part of the world. There are many mysteries in the Nemegt Formation in particular. This is a formation and a locality which is also called Nemegt, which is in the Gobi Desert in...
Here, let's have a cat cam interlude. There we go. How are those, sweetie pie? Good stuff? What do you think? Does that meet your standards, sweetie pie? I certainly hope so. Yeah, I certainly hope so. Yeah. Oh. I think one fell on the ground. There we go. Here's another one for you. Yeah. Oh, and shoot, that reminds me. We got a package in the mail yesterday. I have not opened it yet, but I think it might be from a member of this community. And it certainly sounds like cat treats. You hear that? Yeah. What do you think, sweetie pie? You help me open it? Oh, okay. Well. Well. A gift for you? Enjoy your gift from Hogan. Hogan, thank you. I really appreciate that, Hogan. Thank you very much. Yep. It is an entire container of cat treats. That is excellent. I really appreciate that, Hogan. Thank you, Hogan. Thank you very much. That is excellent. Sweetie Pie is going to be very happy. Sweetie Pie? Ooh, what's that? Oh, you're gonna get used to that sound. Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much, Hogan. Sweetie Pie and Mini Pie are gonna love that, and Moon Pie is gonna shrug at it because she doesn't do treats, but I'm sure she appreciates the thought. Yeah. And a bonus box for the cats to play in. It's not that big, yay for Shan, but welcome back. It's good to see you. Yeah. Our Theon likes to open those kinds of boxes and eat them all. These, my landlords here, Moon Pie, Mini Pie, and Sweetie Pie, the Pie Collective, they seem to be kind of disinterested in opening up packages or boxes, even if they are filled with treats. They can be trusted thus far. Oh, yeah. But yeah. And Roseanne, there are like 2 or 3 different running water fountains all throughout the house for the cats. I have a measuring cup full of ice water on my desk here, and I think Mini Pie just shoved her snout in it, and I don't think she really drank much, but it's like there was a little bit of residue at the top, so I rinsed it out. Yeah. And Fluke says, what do the cats do while you were digging this summer? Maybe they'll just walk around knocking everything off the counters? Well, I'm not the only human person who lives here, Fluke. Ios and Lordy also live here. They let me move in, and the cats let me move in back in December. So the cats are gonna just do just fine while I'm gone. They might miss me a bit, but yeah, they'll get over it. Yeah. But yeah. Those poor cats will only have 2 people to pet them. Well, maybe they'll appreciate me even more when I return. We'll see. Yeah. Annette Mensch, yeah, is indeed a Polish flag right there, because we are celebrating the life and scientific achievements today of Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska on what would have been her 99th birthday today. She was leader of the Polish-Mongolian expeditions from 1963 through 1971. And she's one of the very few ever recipients of the Romer-Simpson Medal, which is the highest award that the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology can proffer, can bestow. Yeah, remarkable person. And anyway, we're looking at this video here with another recipient of the Romer-Simpson Medal, Phil Curry, talking about kind of how he was inspired to go follow in the footsteps of Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska and mount expeditions to the Gobi Desert of Mongolia.
The south-central part of Mongolia. What's fascinating about it is the fact that the dinosaurs from that region are so close to the dinosaurs of Alberta that virtually every time we find a new type of dinosaur, either in Alberta or Mongolia, we'll find an equivalent specimen in the other part of the world.
Bingo.
So it's a very special place, and I can learn a lot about our own dinosaurs here in Alberta by learning more about the dinosaurs in Mongolia.
And that is because at the end of the Cretaceous period, there we go, let's jump to, say, 90 million years ago, there was a land bridge between Asia over here and North America over here. So dinosaurs in Alberta, they wanted to, they could just get up and walk across here into Mongolia. Does that make sense? This is a contiguous landmass back in the day. Does that make more sense? Why would the dinosaurs in Mongolia be extremely similar to the ones in Canada? Well, there you go. Yeah. That's a hike, says Netmensch. Yeah, but if you've got millions of years to do it, it gets done. And it did get done. Yeah.
One of the mysteries of the Gobi, though, was started in 1965.
Yeah.
At that time, a colleague and friend of mine, Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska, she was the head of the Polish-Mongolian expeditions. And she was working in Mongolia for the first time, actually. And she found the specimen in the upper left of this picture. That picture shows a bunch of very large bones spread out on the top of a little hill. And those bones, when they were taken back and prepared and put together, revealed a very strange-looking dinosaur. Those very long arms that you see on the right side of the picture, in fact, are an animal that became known as Dinokairos. And Dinokairos has been a mysterious dinosaur because after 1965, no more of that animal was found in Mongolia.
Galara Dragon says, is the Cretaceous period when the Tradoons lived? I think so, yeah. I think so. Yeah. And they also, they lived alongside... They lived alongside this creature here. Oh, it's another Mesozoic mammal there.
They survive by eating insects, living furtively, and staying out of the way. For this is the age of the dinosaur.
Yeah.
Some of these reptiles, like Ornithomimus, are only...
Ornithomimus. Yes, Tradoon lived in the Cretaceous period alongside, sorry, what was that again?
Reptiles like Ornithomimus are...
Ornithomimus. This is from the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation back in, goodness, would have been 1981.
Only 7 feet tall. But their domination of the environment effectively blocks the mammal's chance for widespread development.
Anywho, yeah. Ornithomemus. Yeah, there you go, Alexander. Yeah. Anywho, let's continue.
So for a long time, we've been very curious about what kind of dinosaur this might represent. You could look at those arms and you could tell it was a carnivorous dinosaur.
Yep.
As you know, a big specimen like Tyrannosaurus rex has very short arms. So if you extrapolate from these 2.5 meter long arms and you start thinking this is a carnivorous dinosaur, if it's related to Tyrannosaurus rex, we're looking at an absolutely fantastically sized meat-eating dinosaur.
Yeah, in fact, there is a museum display that I think still exists today that kind of plays up that angle. And Claire, if we've got the Blanding, Museum stream on here, then, let's see, Kenosha, Minnesota Science Museum, Idaho. I don't know if we have this one up yet, but at the museum in Blanding, Utah, they have a pretty kind of funny display. Here, let's see. Oh, we do have it. Yeah, nice. Nice. Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
So I visited here with Lordy in the summer of
All right,
2021.
looks like we're live. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. We are here for a surprise stream today. Did not expect to be doing this. We were just driving through Blanding, Utah, and then I saw a sign for a dinosaur museum, and I remembered we've got the dinosaur museum in Blanding, Utah, so we went ahead and stopped. Might delay us by a few hours on our way to Arizona, but
That's okay.
Lordy has been very, very flexible. I really appreciate that.
Anyway, they've got a lovely display in here.
Holy moly.
Dinokairos.
Oh, man, everybody. This is super cool. We have a Tyrannosaurus skeleton right here.
Tarbosaurus.
Being chased by Dinokairos. So Tarbosaurus and Dinokairos arms. Several skeletons of Tarbosaurus have been found in Mongolia. The Tarbosaurus skeleton is shown in a fast running pose, trying to escape the grasp of the huge arms of another carnivorous dinosaur, Dinokairos. The rest of the Dinokairos skeleton has not been discovered and remains a mystery. If not for the discovery of the arms of Dinokairos, there would be no knowledge that such a remarkable dinosaur ever existed. This demonstrates that any fossil, even a single bone, or an incomplete part of the skeleton, may represent something new to science.
Yeah.
I love that.
Pretty.
The arms of Dinokairos.
Pretty amusing. It's amusing because this was a plant-eating animal. Shown chasing this tyrannosaur. I love it so much.
For a long time, pretty much the only part known from that animal. Arms and a handful of rib fragments, I think.
I think it's just arms, actually.
Terrible arms, and here it's shown chasing a tyrannosaur, Tarbosaurus.
It's such a great display.
Dinokairos was not actually a meat-eating dinosaur at all.
Nope.
It was a big, weird, herbivorous ornithomimosaur.
Yep.
I could tell you an awesome story about in 2013 at SVP. I was in the audience when everybody found out about this before it was published. So we all knew, and we had to keep tight-lipped about it for about, I don't know, it was close to a year, I think, before it actually went public. But that was a magical, magical time. So that's really cool to see this. This is from before that discovery was announced, when they found the rest of the skeleton of Dinokairos, including the skull. But what a cool mount here. That is so neat.
It's not often that you see a tyrannosaur running for its life from another theropod dinosaur.
This is really awesome. What's that? Dinokairos? Yeah, but they may have been washed in, I think.
Fish scales.
Yeah, yeah. Or maybe it ate them too. We don't really know. Yeah. This talks about the developmental stages of feathers. This is pretty.
Tricky Boba says, "Whoa, you guys hide dinosaur secrets from us until they're published." Yeah, that's the thing, is that at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, you know, different paleontologists will give talks before a big audience like this, and this is stuff that is not published yet usually. So, you know, we're presenting research to each other so that we can get feedback and maybe better collaborate about certain things. And also just all keep up to date about the current state of vertebrate paleontology. But because this stuff isn't published yet, we usually have to keep it under our hat for a little while until it does get published. And you'll see a lot of these talks will have little icons that say, like, don't tweet about this. Although, shoot, who's going to do that anymore? Twitter is dead, pretty much. But don't put it on Instagram or what, I don't know. Don't share it online. Yeah, and there will be more of that this year, too. So we're not trying to be secretive about things. It's just like before it gets published, sometimes, you know, it's okay for rumors to spread around, but like, we don't want anybody to get scooped. You might be working on a project for years or even decades, and you want to have the official announcement when you want to have the official announcement, you know? Yeah. And there you go, Elder Superconductor. Yeah. You don't want to spill the beans about a bunch of guys with shovels, you know, some wise guys. The NDA is pretty explicit. Forget about it, you know. Yeah, loose lips sink papers. There you go, Trek Nerd. Yeah, yeah. And I know, Tricky Bobbas, I know you were joking, but you know, there might be 20 people who are watching right now not typing into the chat going, "Oh, these scientists are trying to keep the secrets of those dinosaurs from the public." We're not trying to do that. So yeah. Paleontologists will give them plaster shoes, says Cats the Dreamer. Yeah. Shoot, I can tell you this. Back when I was doing field work in Montana, Denver Fowler used to joke about this. It was Denver Fowler and Lee Hall, I think, who were joking about it. But they were like, you know, if you ever really needed to get rid of a body, all you'd have to do is wrap it in a field jacket, you know, burlap and plaster, and just wrap it, put a bunch of layers on it, and then just take a big Sharpie, right on the side, garbage ribs. And then it'd just end up in a storage warehouse for decades. It's like, that's not gonna get open. You get open. Who wants to work on a bunch of garbage ribs? So yeah. There you go, Lordy, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Back to Phil Curry's talk about Dinokairos, which of course was originally discovered by Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska, our subject for today's stream.
But that really didn't make any sense. And we also know that there are many carnivorous
top
dinosaurs
man.
which
There you
do
go,
have
Rusty
long
guy.
arms. This is a specimen from Dinosaur Provincial Park. It's one of the ostrich mimic dinosaurs. This whole animal is less than the length of the arms of that Dinokairos from Mongolia. Yet there are things about the hands and the wrist that suggested, as long ago as the mid-1960s, that maybe Dinokairos is a very special form of one of these ostrich mimic dinosaurs.
Yep.
The debates went on for a long time trying to figure out exactly what Deinocheirus was, but there really was no resolution, as I said. A couple of years ago, though, we got lucky. And we've been looking for the original quarry of Deinocheirus in the Gobi Desert many, many times over the years. And we knew the general region of the Gobi Desert where it was discovered, but we didn't know the specific locality.
There you go, Cass.
However, I was able to take one of those old photographs from 1965, and by looking at the landscape, eventually managed to find the landscape that looked exactly right, and from that was able to discover the quarry. And we were very pleased when that...
So this is something that the Canadians have gotten very good at. People like Darren Tanke and Phil Curry have been able to relocate a whole bunch of old historical dinosaur quarries by lining up photographs like this. It's difficult to do because most of these, all of these quarries were dug up, decades and decades ago, sometimes like a century or more ago, by people who didn't have GPS. They were often really kind of cagey about saying exactly where the specimens had come from. And so if they only dug up half of the skeleton and there might be the other half still there, it's like, well, we'd like to go back and get the rest of it. Relocating that old quarry can be really difficult. It takes a lot of legwork and a lot of cleverness to be able to do that. So it's amazing that they were able to do that here. Yeah. Told you're not accepting raids. Everything okay? No, that's got to be a glitch or something, Deepest Blue Dragon. We've had a couple of raids today. It must be a glitch. Weird. Yeah. Try again, maybe? It's got to be some sort of glitch or bug or something.
That happened because it gave us a chance of maybe finding something that had been left behind by the Polish-Mongolian expedition. And we did find something, but it wasn't very much, unfortunately. My colleagues in Poland were very expert at what they were doing. They collected virtually everything. There was just a few fragments of bone that had escaped their attention because they'd eroded out and gone down the cliff. Nevertheless, we were still very
Thank you, Deepest Blue Dragon. I appreciate that. I hope
hope
Octi had a really good stream today.
We announced it to our colleagues all around the world. Many people took attention. I'll come back to that. A few years later, we were working in another part of the Gobi Desert, same rock formation. It's not a place where Deinocheirus had ever been found, but this quarry had been poached. And this is a big problem we have in Mongolia. That's really been exacerbated since about the year 2000.
Fossil smugglers, thieves, people illegally excavating these quarries and stealing the bones and then trying to sell them to the highest bidder. But yeah. And lost one of the Rados this afternoon. I'm sorry to hear that, Dragon. Shoot. The stream was mostly positive and a lot of fun. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And we very frequently, when we're traveling around looking for dinosaur skeletons, find quarries that have been broken open and smashed. The skeletons all smashed up by poachers.
Yeah.
And this is a very poor part of the world, and of course the population of Mongolia is quite small. And so it's very difficult to police in the middle of the desert what's going on exactly.
Yep.
We've had some good luck on the poachers in the last few years. You may have heard in 2010, a specimen was seized in New York City when it was up for auction for more than $1 million.
Yep.
And that started to reverse our fortunes. For example, now most people are aware that the laws in Alberta protecting fossils are the oldest laws for protecting fossils in the world. They go back to 1924.
Yeah.
Be as it may, we still find these quarries. And this particular quarry was a large one, and it was very evident that it was a large dinosaur. At first, we didn't pay it too much attention because we thought the dinosaur that they had collected was a Tarbosaurus. And frequently what we find is this.
So Tarbosaurus is a big Tyrannosaurus-like Tyrannosaur. Tarbosaurus right here. There we go. It's basically Mongolia's answer to T-Rex. There's a chance T-Rex actually evolved from Tarbosaurus. I suspect it probably didn't, but you know, there's a decent chance that happened. We're still trying to figure that out. I think T-Rex probably evolved from Daspletosaurus here in the US, but again, we're still figuring that out.
Large tyrannosaur, very closely related to Tyrannosaurus rex. It's a
I jumped the gun.
common dinosaur
He explained
in
it.
that part of the world.
Yeah.
Is smashed up because the poachers in most cases do not want the whole skeleton. They only want the skull, the hands, and the feet. And that's
Yep.
because they can sell those for a high price and smuggle them easily out of Mongolia.
Yep.
However, when we looked closely at the bones in this quarry, we quickly realized that there weren't tyrannosaur bones.
Ornithomimus.
We even had a
Oh, no.
date when the quarry was excavated because the poachers have a habit of very often leaving money under a stone if they've got something good for the quarry. As an
Isn't that a thing? I don't know a lot about Marvel comic books or whatever, but isn't that a Batman thing? Where Batman decides to dress up as a giant bat because thieves are superstitious?
and leaving money under a stone if they've got something good for the quarry, as an offering to the spirits that perhaps they'll give them more luck to go out and find another specimen that they can smash up, unfortunately.
I don't know. It is something that tracks personal life. I don't know. Like, I've been personally acquainted with certain people who are, you know, do a lot of stealing. They tend to be pretty superstitious people. Yeah.
If they've got something good for the quarry, as an offering to the spirits that
Also, guys, only take
they'll
Amex.
give them more luck to go out and find another specimen that they can smash up, unfortunately. In this case,
And Sparky Pugler says, I think Batman is scared of bats, so he dresses as one. I thought the whole thing was that he dressed up like a bat as a theatrical thing because it made it easier to catch crooks and stuff. But maybe that's been altered in recent movies or something. I don't know. Yeah.
case, it was from 2002, so we know that the quarry was no older than 2002. Even though the rest of the bones were smashed up, we realized that it was an important enough specimen that we should collect whatever was left. And so, of course, we had the rest of the skeleton. The skull was gone, the hands were gone, the feet were gone, but the rest of the skeleton was there. And in the course of taking all of this smashed bone and putting it back together and wrapping those big blocks of vertebrae and so on in plaster and burlap, we realized that this dinosaur that we had found was in fact Dinokairos.
Very cool.
This specimen was scientifically...
Cats the Dreamer says, what's the point of smashing them, though? I mean, they're basically just trying to, like, excavate them out of the ground as quickly as possible, and in doing that, the bones break. I don't think they're actually, like, smashing them with hammers. I think they're just taking the bones out in pieces and, like, throwing them over their shoulder, basically, when it's not a hand or a foot or a skull. You know, it's impossible to dig up a dinosaur without being slow and careful about it. Like, you will destroy it if you dig it up too quickly, and I think that's what they were doing. I don't think they're necessarily smashing them on purpose out of malice, although maybe they are. But it requires a skillful hand, it requires a tremendous amount of patience, really, really careful, detailed, slow, painstaking work. So, yeah.
One of the most valuable specimens we'd found in Mongolia in more than a decade. So,
but yeah. Strike fear into his enemies. There you go, little pink pony. Yeah, okay, thank you. And Enlightened says, Danny, do you just collect the big bones when you go hunting? Or collecting is what we call it. Or do you get specialists looking for smaller stuff, possibly from the dinosaur's ecology? No, we collect everything, Enlightened. Not just big dinosaur fossils, but small dinosaur fossils, bits of mammals, bits of turtles, bits of crocodile or champsosaur, lizards, insects, plants, whatever we can find. Oysters and other mollusks. Any fossils that we find, when we're out in the field, we collect because everything is important. We do have certain crew members who are better at finding this thing or that thing. And so you might put them in certain places because you know that, like, oh, a fisher is really, really good at finding tiny, tiny, tiny fragments of teeth and stuff like that. So if we suspect that we'll find those at a certain quarry, it's like, maybe stick fisher on that today. But we do try and collect everything because everything is important. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
We were very excited about the discovery of this.
And Casey Snowart says, aren't the tiny fossils hard to miss? No, they can be easy to miss sometimes. Especially when I say tiny, I mean like the fraction of the size of a grain of rice. Are you guys so good at recognizing fossil material that you know how to differentiate it from, say, just irregular old rock? Yeah, you got to be good at that kind of thing in order to be able to do paleontological work in the field. You've got to be good at distinguishing rock from bone like that. Yeah. I know you're good, Casey. It's good to see you. Welcome back. How was your landscapes art stream the other day? I saw that you were doing that on Twitter. And Mini Pie is like, I smell treats. You do, Mini Pie. There are treats here. There are treats for you. Yeah. How you doing, Minnie? Whoa. Moving fast. How you doing, Minnie Pie? How you doing? She's like, there's a treat bag on the desk. Let's cut to the chase here, please. Okay. Oh, shoot. It was open. No, that doesn't. Keep that off my keyboard. Over here. Forest and waterscapes and skies. Very cool, Casey Snowart. Yeah. That's awesome. If anybody's not yet following Casey Snowart, let's get a shout out for her. Check out her stream if you want to practice along with some art. Well, that's what she does. Yeah. Hopefully I'll be able to catch another one of your streams sometime soon. I've been so busy lately. There you go, Mini Pie. How was that? Enjoy that? Here, let me get you a few more. Look, he's flubbered on the desk. Gross. I think cats are supposed to be clean. And trying to find good reference for prehistoric plants. Ooh, Casey Snort. There's some great stuff on Twitter that I've bookmarked. If you DM me, maybe I can find that for you. But like cycads and Bennett Italian plants. There's a number of paleo artists who like create reference images for other paleo artists for Mesozoic plants. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie. Oh, you need to be brushed. My goodness. Just so much shedding going on. It's appalling, Mini Pie. There you go. You missed one. Hey. Hey. Right there. Right here. You don't want that one? You don't want that one? What's up with that? What's up with that? Someone's excited for the stream. Hobo Mojo Jojo, thank you for the follow. And welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. You don't want that last one, Mini Pie? Oh, she does. Yeah. Crunch it, crunch it. Those are supposed to be good for your teeth, so... yeah. That's what the vet said, anyway. Good girl, Minnie. Yeah. And I'm sorry I don't have any plants for you to play with today. I'm sorry I don't have any plants, but look, that's Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. That's what we're talking about today on our stream, yeah. Leader of the Polish-Mongolian expeditions in the 1960s and 70s. Discoverer of dinosaurs like Dinochirus and Gallimimus. She discovered the famous fighting dinosaurs, the Velociraptor and Protoceratops specimen, locked in mortal combat. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Yeah. A remarkable scientist. And very much admired by vertebrate paleontologists around the world to this very day. She would have been 99 years old today, but she died about 10 years ago. Yeah. Miss Yvette says, does she go to the dentist? No, Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska died in 2015, so she doesn't go to the dentist anymore. Yeah. Ungoy says, if feathers probably came from before the dinosaurs, how far does the hair or fur go? We don't really know, Ungoy. That's a good question. Here. Yeah, and the we call them proto feathers if we're talking about stuff on like Sinosauropteryx, these very simple, like almost hair-like feathers. We call those proto feathers on these guys. Yeah. But if proto-feathers do predate the dinosaurs, because we know that there are similar structures in pterosaurs, if they actually originated before the first dinosaurs, if the structures that pterosaurs have, those hair-like filaments that we call bycnofibers, if those are homologous to feathers, if they are the same structure, that probably just means that it goes back to this ancestor right here. Whatever the ancestor of the avametatarsalia critters was, they probably had that. That's probably where it first evolved. We're still not really sure. It could be that the hair-like filaments in pterosaurs are independently evolved from the ones that dinosaurs had. Because that's the thing, we've only ever found it... Well, we found them in sauropod dinosaurs, like ornithopods in particular, and we found them in theropods. It could be that these and these are independently evolved. We don't really know. There's a lot of mystery there. When did the first proto-feathers evolve? Are what pterosaurs have also proto-feathers? Are they homologous structure or are they not? We're really not sure. We got to figure that out. Honestly, we need more fossils and we need more careful study of the ones that we have. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah. No, I mean Mini Pie. No, I know. She doesn't have her own dentist, but the veterinarian was looking at her teeth. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Slumberless says the audio is off when you go to that view. It's a bug. It's the exact same audio stuff copied and pasted from one scene to the other. It's literally just an OBS bug. I've tried. iOS helped me with, tried to help me with this for several hours. Nothing doing. It's just an OBS bug. It makes certain scenes weird, even though everything is exactly identical. Literally, all of the audio assets are copied and pasted from one scene to the next. It doesn't matter. Yeah. It's not Twitch. It's an OBS thing, Miss Yvette. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, do you use Voice Master Banana with OBS? I've never even heard of that, Slumberless. No. Huh. Maybe something I should look into. Anyway, let's continue this.
And we wrapped it up. This is part of a big international project called the Korean-Mongolia International Dinosaur Project. So the specimen goes to Korea for preparation, but then comes back to Mongolia once it's prepared. So the specimen went to Mongolia for preparation, and we learned some amazing things about this dinosaur that we never knew before.
And I agree, Slumberless, yeah.
The fact, though, that we had refound the original quarry of Dinochirus came into play at this point. because a colleague of mine in Belgium had read that story, and he was going through a fossil dealer's labs in France, and he saw a specimen that he realized was almost certainly Dinocaris.
Well, well,
And
well.
you know that, as I mentioned, the original specimen consisted of 2.5-meter long arms, but it had the hands with the claws, and the claws are very distinctive. And this specimen in France, in fact, had the claws preserved with it. So that told him this was Dinocaris. And so he contacted me, and I got pretty excited, needless to say, to realize that, we have the rest of the skeleton, and there in France is a skull, hands, and feet of the same kind of dinosaur.
Holy cow.
So within weeks, in fact, we were on an airplane going to Belgium to look at the specimen, which he had borrowed from the fossil dealer. And sure enough, the specimen was extremely bizarre. This is the skull. The skull is more than 1 meter long. The skull does not look like an ostrich mimic dinosaur at all. It looks like a duck-billed dinosaur because the front of the mouth is widely expanded.
Wild. Yeah.
The eyes, though, are very close to the back of the head. And so little features like the position of the eyes and the shapes of many of the bones and the fact that there's no teeth in the jaws tells us that really this is one of those ostrich mimic dinosaurs that we find here in Alberta. But the skull had become much, much longer, had expanded this bill at the front, so it looked like a duck bill, not like a theropod dinosaur. And that was pretty exciting. This is what the bill looks like. And so it's not what you expect to see on a bird-like dinosaur if, in fact, it's eating meat, as this dinosaur may have done. The rest of the skeleton, though, is truly amazing as well. This is part of the skeleton that we excavated and prepared in Korea. And you can see that the vertebrae...
Anyway, very cool stuff. This dinosaur, which was first discovered by Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska, and her expeditions to Mongolia, had been a mystery for a really long time. These huge arms, nobody knew what else they belonged to. Like, what in the world? These were one of those perennial mysteries in dinosaur paleontology. One that every dinosaur-obsessed kid knew about. It was really awesome being there in 2013 at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting and learning, before the rest of the world learned about it, learning what the rest of the animal looked like. That it looked like this, essentially. We were not disappointed. The mystery had a lovely culmination here where it's like, holy cow, we know what the rest of the animal looked like, and it does not disappoint. It is incredibly weird and cool. And yeah. Take a look.
In parts of Central Asia, heavy seasonal rains fill the rivers until eventually they overflow their banks. The surrounding plains are flooded.
And way better. Isn't that cool? Enlightened? Yeah, it's even cooler than we imagined. Yeah. Although, shoot, when I was a kid, I kind of wanted it to be a giant dromaeosaur too, even though I knew that wasn't quite likely. I really wanted it to be a giant velociraptor-like dinosaur. Enlightened Titan says this happens with archaeological artifacts too. A lot of fancy underground events in France. Not just where the stuff trades hands, gets new paperwork, and then they try to see... Yeah, so they like launder the provenance of it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And through the water wades one of the most bizarre of all dinosaurs.
Yeah. So cool.
Dinokairos.
Yeah.
It's even taller than T-Rex. And its massive duck-billed snout is very effective in gathering water plants. This male feeds voraciously, having eaten very little during the long dry season.
Very funny in light time.
Water plants are rich in nutrients. And his huge curved claws, 8 inches long, enable him to dredge them up from deep beneath the surface. He himself is a source of food for smaller creatures.
Yeah. Anybody who's lived in
blood-sucking flies, which infest
in Minnesota during the summer, they know what's up with this. They've been here.
They're irritating and even painful. And while his huge claws enable him to have a good scratch, there are always some spots that are just out of reach. To get to them, he needs assistance. A dead tree.
Yep. We saw this part earlier, but we're going to watch it again because it's fun. I like the music here, too. It is a lot like a bear there, Sparky Pugwash, yeah. Yeah. That's the idea, I think. That's the modern analog that they were inspired by.
And now he can get back to feeding. But a diet that consists almost entirely of wet vegetation does have one inevitable consequence.
Oh yeah, gas. Oh, and solid, maybe not so solid waste.
Food for one becomes fertilizer for many others. And a giant as big as Dinokairos can produce over 20 tons of dung every year.
Wow, I bet half of the people in chat don't even produce that much dung in a year. Not collectively, individually. Maybe even collectively. But yeah, yeah. Challenge accepted, says Slumberless. There you go. Tricky moments, yeah. Yeah, anyway,
It didn't take long for Pascal Godefroy to realize he was looking at a stolen dinosaur. The year was 2011,
shoot.
and
That's
Godefroy,
not what I'm trying
a
to do.
paleontologist at the Royal Belgian
Here we go.
Institute of Natural Sciences, had
This is
been
our same
called to
critter.
France by an acquaintance who was a fossil dealer. The dealer had been approached by a German collector who'd come into possession of some Mongolian dinosaur fossils that had changed hands
There we go.
multiple times, traveling from Central Asia to Japan and then all the way to Europe. And the bones looked, well, strange. There was a skull measuring over 1 meter long, as well as a variety of hand and foot bones. Clearly, these had come from a large-bodied animal. But the one thing that really caught Godefroy's attention were the bones in the creature's hands. To him, they looked pretty darn familiar. They reminded him of the huge hands of a mysterious dino that was first discovered in the Gobi Desert back in 1965. The dinosaur in question was a big theropod that, at the time, was known mostly from fossils of its most distinctive feature, its enormous arms. From end to end, the forelimbs alone measured an incredible 2.4 meters long and were
Nuts.
tipped with big comma-shaped claws.
It's like
Scientists called this
8,
newfound
9 foot
dinosaur
arms.
Dinokairos, which means horrible hand. But other than its bizarre arms, very little material from this dinosaur had been found. No skull, no feet, almost nothing that could give experts a fuller picture of what this dinosaur actually was. So for more than 40 years, nearly everything about Dinochirus was a mystery. How big was it?
4 decades.
How was it related to other species?
Just this...
What did it look like?
This almost legendary mystery for like 4 decades. What in the world is Dinochirus? I remember wondering about this when I was a kid. You know, it's like this is not when I was a kid, but yeah. Like this meme here. It's like he's probably thinking about other women because he's thinking, what was Dinochirus? Thing that I would stay up late thinking about sometimes, you know? Yeah. You know, it's like this. Yeah.
The bones Godefroy recognized in that chance encounter in France would be the first big break in this scientific cold case. But before the case of Dinochirus could be solved, paleontologists would have to contend with the darker side of their science.
Yeah.
Things like vandalism.
That's not the darker side of our science. That's outside of our science. It's not like you have nefarious paleontologists who are selling fossils on the side. At least it's not common. Yeah. I don't know. Calling it the darker side of our science makes it sound like we're doing it. We're not. It's fossil poachers who are doing this.
Poachers and the black market fossil trade. And in the end, the creature they would discover would turn out to be, from head to tail, one of the weirdest dinosaurs ever known.
Yep, Dinochirus. Jerellen says, Danny, about the poacher situation, do we have any rough idea how many pieces are in private collections? So many. Too many. Like, enough that I don't even want to think about it, honestly. It's just, it's depressing to think about how many super important dinosaur specimens they will never be enjoyed by the public. They will never be able to further fossil science. They're just, a trophy piece on some wealthy guy's mantle, There's a lot of that. Yeah. Like for instance, there's a dinosaur called Spicomelus. From Morocco. We don't have very much from it. We don't really know what it looked like. Maybe it was something like this. Or like that, perhaps. Or like this, but it has these incredibly weird ribs that have got spikes coming off of the ribs. No other dinosaur ever found has had those. And it comes from Morocco. And in Morocco, there are a lot of private fossil dealers, collectors who collect fossils and then sell them to the highest bidder, collectors who smuggle these things out of the country. And Michael Greshko, who used to work for National Geographic. I've got a lot of respect for this guy. Excellent science journalist. Probably the best paleontological journalist I know of. Follow this guy if you're not yet. but here he is retweeting this. He says, you're looking at the spiked rib bones of Spicomelus, a recently described Moroccan ankylosaur. Probably an ankylosaur, we're not totally sure. Someone took these fossils out of Morocco, and it looks like they were offered at the Tokyo Mineral Show to private collectors. These bones may well be lost to science. And yeah, as far as I know, they haven't turned up again. They have been lost to science. Incredibly important fossils. Just... some rich jerk bought them. And, that's the end of that, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. That's what had happened with Dinokairos, too, except they were able to actually determine, like, oh, holy cow, this is really important, and you'll see what happens.
Dinokairos...
And Slumberlust says, do the people who buy them typically not end up donating or loaning them? They don't. Or if they do, usually the damage has already been done, because you can't trace back the fossil to where it originally came from, and thus it's kind of worthless. If you just tear these things out of the ground, like those smugglers from Mongolia were doing, you're losing 99% of your scientific data there. You've essentially destroyed the specimen, because what actually makes something scientifically important is the context that it belongs in. It's the exact rock layers that these fossils were preserved in have lots of information about their ancient environment, and also stratigraphically it's extremely important. A dinosaur bone in isolation is not scientifically informative at all. Only when you can pinpoint exactly where it came from in the rock record can you use that bone to actually tell you something about the evolution of dinosaurs. Does that make sense? It would be like... I'm trying to come up with a good example. I don't know. Like tearing a page out of a novel at a library and then trying to sell it. It's like, it's missing all the important stuff. That's not a good example. It's not a good analogy. Not always good at the analogy thing on the fly. But yeah. Yeah, it becomes decontextualized. Exactly, Golganek. Yeah. Yeah. That's just a cool paperweight. Exactly, Commodore. Yeah. Where it could have actually been really, really useful for understanding the history of life on Earth. Instead, it becomes just, you know, basically a piece of kitsch. A trinket. You know? A souvenir. So yeah. Yeah. And Jerellin says, the sad thing is, I don't believe people buying in the black market don't have at least a rough idea of what they were doing. Fossils have a value for a reason. Exactly, Jerellin, yeah. Yeah. And I don't know, there's a lot of people who just don't care. That's the thing, is that, like, I don't know. Many of the people who are buying these things, spending millions of dollars to buy dinosaur fossils, they're not the brightest people necessarily, you know? And they didn't acquire their money through, you know, through doing things that were productive to society. Often, don't get me started on this. Let's just continue with our video.
Was first described by a Polish paleontologist who had been prospecting in the Gobi Desert for fossils from the late Cretaceous period.
Yes, Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska are the subject of today's stream today.
There, she and her team discovered 3 fragmented backbones, some ribs, and several of the stomach-lining bones called gastralia that dated to around 70 million years ago. And then there were, of course, the arms.
Yeah.
Each one was found with shoulder bones intact, and although the right arm was missing its claws, the left arm was basically complete. Even so, for a long time, scientists couldn't do much more than speculate about what the rest of the owner of those giant arms looked like. As early as 1969, paleontologists had noticed that the hands and upper arm bones of Deinocheirus looked a lot like those of Ornithomimus, a dinosaur from the late Cretaceous of North America. Ornithomimosaurs, also known as ostrich mimics, were a group of beaked theropods with long necks, long legs, and long arms. But there's long and then there's long. Deinocheirus' arms would have dwarfed those of Ornithomimus. Your typical Ornithomimosaur ranged from around 2.5 to 7 meters long, and the biggest Ornithomimus had an overall body length of about 3.8 meters, so the entire animal wasn't much bigger than a single Deinocheirus forelimb. But without the rest of the body, paleontologists couldn't say whether Deinocheirus fit the typical mold of an Ornithomimosaur. These dinos had long, narrow beaks, and most species were toothless.
That's why they're called the ostrich mimic dinosaurs.
And just like the real ostriches, many of the ostrich mimics had long, powerful hind limbs. Scientists estimate that certain ornithomimosaurs might have had a top running speed of anywhere from 35 to 60 kilometers per hour. As far as feeding goes, it's been hypothesized that some ornithomimosaurs use their long arms and slender fingers to grasp fern fronds and tree limbs. And plant eating in these dinosaurs has been supported by the discovery of a dozen skeletons of Cynoornithomimus, with clumps of gastroliths inside their body cavities. Gastroliths are tiny rocks that some animals swallow to help grind up food for digestion, and in modern birds, gastroliths are usually associated with a plant-based diet. However, most experts think that in addition to plants, ornithomimosaurs probably ate insects and small animals. In other words, many, if not all of these ostrich dinosaurs were likely omnivorous. But again, without more fossils, paleontologists couldn't be sure about what Deinocheirus ate or where it belonged on the family tree. Still, as time went by, most experts agreed Deinocheirus was probably an ornithomimosaur, just an exceptionally big one. Now, fast forward to 2006. That year, scientists involved with the Korea-Mongolia International Dinosaur Project seemed to hit the jackpot. At a new dig site in the southern Gobi, they found fresh material from a different Deinocheirus, including elements from the hip, hind limbs, and vertebrae. And better still, an incomplete arm, more backbones, and other parts of a third Deinocheirus turned up in yet another new quarry in 2009. But unfortunately, both of the new sites had already been ravaged by fossil poachers, a serious problem in the Gobi. Raiders had smashed up many of the fossils, and it looked like other bones, including the skull, had been taken and smuggled out of the country. Poachers often take skulls, hands, and feet and then destroy or leave behind the rest of the skeleton. But enough fossils were left that experts could identify the two new specimens as Deinocheirus, based on comparisons with the material found in 1965. And after word of all the new discoveries got out, the paleontologists caught a lucky break in that meeting with the fossil trader in France. After seeing the German collector's fossils, Godefroy got in touch with the team that had been working in the Gobi. He told them he'd seen the bones of a strange and familiar Mongolian dinosaur. The hand bones from this specimen had definitely come from a Deinocheirus. And there was more. A right foot included with the collector's specimen was missing a toe bone. There was just an empty impression in the rock where it should have been.
What do you think happened next, chat? What do you think happened next? It's missing one toe bone there. Try to match this specimen to the ones being excavated in the Gobi. What do you think happened? Come on, somebody's got to have an idea. Let me show you.
But that little bone wasn't lost forever. A toe bone that had just been recovered in 2009 fit the empty impression perfectly. The missing toe and the fossil collector's bone came from the same individual.
So that's how they were able to match this specimen still being dug out in Mongolia and this one that was there in France. It's the same individual creature. It's the same individual dinosaur right there.
Like a dinosaur Cinderella. Clearly the specimens in France were the very...
It is like a prehistoric Cinderella. Wait, did she say that? Lol, indeed, Tricky Bovis. Yeah, she said it at the same time you typed that.
The missing toe and the fossil collector's bone came from the same individual. Like a dinosaur Cinderella.
Pretty
Clearly
cool.
The specimens in...
I always say that there are really, really cool stories in dinosaur paleontology that would make like an excellent movie or something. It's like something out of Hollywood, you know? Like this detective story, and like this has all the makings of a really, really cool Hollywood film. You know, you've got far off places, travel, adventure, mystery, detective work, dinosaurs. You could make such a cool film out of this. Or it could be, I don't know, an HBO miniseries or whatever, I don't know. You could do some really, really cool stuff with the history of dinosaur paleontology like this, you know? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. We have crime dramas, we have medical dramas, we have lawyer dramas. Yeah, let's hear about that. Why not paleontologist dramas? Exactly, Commodore. Exactly. Yes. Think how cool that would be. I would tune in and watch that. I don't even watch a lot of TV. But a lot of you would too. I feel like that would have, no joke, I feel like that would have really wide appeal. I feel like that could be a new big thing. You know, and it's something that it would be entertaining, it would be inspiring, it'd be educational. With the right talent, think how that could be a cultural phenomenon, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Hallmark Channel's next big move, paleontology movies. There you go, Slumberless. Yeah. And thing 1 of 2 says, "Hi, Danny. Hope you're doing well. I am thing 1 of 2. I hope you are too. My dig plan didn't work out. I'm sorry to hear that. In my 30s and don't have educational credentials, I was hoping that you could advise me on a direction. I see it. My options are 1, try volunteering at a nearby university's Earth Science Museum, or 2, trying volunteering at the ROM, the Royal Ontario Museum. Yeah. Or 3, wait for the city to buy the site while raising awareness and finding experts to consult. Look outside Ontario, join SVP, and help to make connections." That's a lot of options there, thing. Do you have any connections in the world of paleontology right now, thing? Because I feel like that is maybe your first step. Is talking to some folks who are in fossil science. And I'm not sure what your dig plan was in the first place. But if you've got some cool fossils, there probably will be some paleontologists who will be interested in that. And like kind of asking around among different paleontologists is probably your best bet. Yeah. All these things take a team to pull off, you know? And so yeah. Don't worry about the credentials and stuff like that. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Most of the time. I think that'll be the case here. So yeah. Local quarry is going to get bought by the city and developed. Interesting thing, yeah. I would say see if you can talk to some paleontologists about that. And yeah. But yeah. Anywho, best of luck with you for you thing. I hope it goes well. Yeah. Where were we here? There we go. Yeah.
Empty impression in the rock where it should have been. But that little bone wasn't lost forever. A toe bone that had just been recovered in 2009 fit the empty impression perfectly. The missing toe and the fossil collector's bone came from the same individual, like a dinosaur Cinderella. Clearly, the specimens in France were the very bones that had been poached from one of the new Dinochirus sites. And that meant the skull the fossil collector had was a Dinochirus head. After so many years of searching, scientists finally knew what the dinosaur's face looked like. Once the situation was explained to the collector who owned the plundered bones, he donated them to Godefroy's museum. There they were studied and eventually returned to Mongolia. And after their long, strange journey, they were reunited with the rest of the skeleton. Between the material taken from the 2006 and 2009 sites and from the original 1965 site, scientists now had samples of almost every single bone in Dinochirus's body. And it must have been a sight to behold.
Such a weird animal.
With a length of about 11.5 meters, the creature would have rivaled some tyrannosaurids in size. And some anatomical clues, like the toothless beak,
would have rivaled all the tyrannosaurids in size. What are you talking about? That's a huge animal. That's bigger than most of the Tyrannosaurus specimens that we have. Longer, at least. You know, if not more massive.
Tyrannosaurids in size.
Probably more massive, too, though,
and
honestly.
some anatomical clues, like the toothless beak, showed that scientists were right in thinking that Dinochirus was a gigantic ornithomimosaur.
It's the size of a Gundam.
But it was the weirdest-looking ostrich mimic that anyone had ever seen. For starters, the skull, which was over a meter long, had a broad duck-like bill. And some of its backbones had tall neural spines, supporting a strange triangle-shaped sail.
Sail? No, that's a hump right there. Like for supporting the front and the back of the animal. This happens when certain dinosaurs get really, really large. If you're not going to reduce the size of your forelimbs like tyrannosaurs do, you got to do something else. You got to have another solution. And having like this, it's almost like the tower on a suspension bridge to kind of string ligaments down. You know, like the Golden Gate Bridge. Like, you know, like this. You got that central tower right there, and then you get those ligaments shooting down that helps hold up the bridge deck there. Same thing with this critter, you know? Yeah.
At the end of its tail, the last few vertebrae were fused together into a structure called a pygostyle. In living birds, the pygostyle is an attachment point for tail feathers, so Dinochirus probably had a tuft of feathers at the end of its tail. These have been seen in a few other non-avian dinosaurs, but nobody had ever found one on an ornithomimosaur before. And unlike some of the speedier ornithomimosaurs, Dinochirus...
And that's pretty cool, because it also shows that pygostyles develop, you know, they're not an uncommon thing. We've got that in a bunch of different dinosaur clades. You've got it in modern birds, of course. I think you've got it in several extinct groups of birds that may have evolved them independently. You have them in oviraptorosaurs, and now we have it in an ornithomimosaur as well. So pygostyles have evolved at least 4 times that I'm aware of, probably more, which is pretty cool.
Had relatively short legs, tipped with blunt claws that resembled hooves because of their squared-off tips. Last but not least, there were the stomach contents. The Dinochirus from the 2009 site had a belly filled with over 1,000 tiny gastroliths, and sprinkled among the stomach stones were fish scales and vertebra. Clearly, this dinosaur had enjoyed a fishy meal before it died.
Are we sure of that, though? Or is it just that a fish died inside of its gut after it was dead? I'm always a little bit reticent to absolutely accept gut contents as being evidence of the animal's diet. Like, I talked about this with Balint last night. Sometimes stuff gets washed into the ribcage after the animal has already died. Or sometimes material that's in there, you know, if the animal ate it right before it died, is that an indicator that, yeah, this is the animal's daily diet, it always ate this? Or the animal died right after it ate this because it's dying. There's a drought or something, and it's eating whatever it can get and just scrounging around for stuff it wouldn't normally eat. You know, I don't think gut contents are always the silver bullet, you know, indicators that a lot of paleontologists seem to think that they are. You know? Yeah. But yeah. Could it have been a fish hiding in the water plants? Maybe, Beards, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, paleontologists never find healthy dinosaurs. Well, we do tend to find them after they're dead, Commodore. It's true. Yeah. Oh, and Ken is here. How are you doing, Ken? Welcome to Paleontologizing, Ken. And anybody else who's just waltzed in today, we are celebrating the life and achievements and the scientific legacy of Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska, Polish paleontologist who led the Polish-Mongolian expeditions in the 1960s and 70s. She discovered such critters as Deinocheirus, and Gallimimus, and the famous fighting dinosaurs, the Protoceratops and Velociraptor locked in mortal combat, and scads of mammals too, you know, which are cool, but I'm not a mammal person. But yeah. Anyway, and Sparky Pugwash says maybe a fish was eating some dinosaur remains. So no joke, Sparky Pugwash, we've got a duckbill dinosaur. I think it's either a Gryposaurus or a Brachylophosaurus from up in Rudyard, Montana. And it's got a garfish just shoved up its cloaca. This garfish is just there intact right where the dinosaur's orifice would be. And the thinking is maybe this gar was scavenging the carcass and went up the cloaca and got stuck and died. So yeah. Yeah. So does that mean that duckbill dinosaur ate a gar and was evacuating the whole thing? No. You know, sometimes stuff ends up inside a dinosaur, even if the dinosaur didn't eat it. Even if it's not part of the dinosaur's normal diet. That's the point I'm making here. Not a great way to die, says Sparky Pugwash. Yeah, I can think of better ways to die. And thank you, Lenina. Yeah, let's keep it PG. Agreed. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's get back to Deinocheirus.
Taken all together, this weird combination of features revealed a lot about Deinocheirus and how it lived. Judging by the geology, experts already knew that about 70 million years ago, the formation that these dinosaurs were found in was a seasonal floodplain covered by a network of lakes and braided rivers. It may have resembled the Okavango Delta in modern-day Botswana, which has a mixture of permanent swamps
Other
and
fish
grasslands
do that too.
flood periodically. And the local rock record shows that this formation was just full of predatory dinosaurs. The theropod Tarbosaurus is well represented. At 9.5 meters long and with an estimated weight of 4 metric tons, it would have been an awesome hunter. There was also Alioramus, a smaller tyrannosaurid species with an elongated.
I'm not necessarily convinced that Alioramus is actually a different taxon. I think it might turn out to be a juvenile Tarbosaurus, but...
With so many tyrannosaurids to contend with, some experts have hypothesized that the massive proportions of Deinocheirus might have been an adaptation that helped it fend off would-be predators. After all, we know that Tarbosaurus munched on Deinocheirus from time to time. Some Deinocheirus gastralia have been found covered in bite wounds that match up with the size, shape, and placement of Tarbosaurus teeth. But we don't know if Tarbosaurus hunted or scavenged that Deinocheirus. Nevertheless, being big might have given Deinocheirus an edge against potential tyrannosaurid attacks on the Cretaceous floodplains. But there was a trade-off. Because of its size, Deinocheirus wasn't as fast as some of the other ornithomimosaurs.
It probably wasn't as fast as any of the other ornithomimosaurs. I love the very cautious language in this. It's like, oh, ornithomimosaurs may have run as fast as 20 miles per hour. Like, I could run almost 20 miles per hour. Ornithomimosaurs would have probably been so much faster than me, you know?
And huge bodies require lots of food. Here, its wide beak gives us a major lifestyle clue. The dimensions of its lower jaw suggest that the creature had a powerful tongue, which it could have used in aquatic foraging to create a vacuum that would help suck up lake and river plants. As for the horrible hands themselves, recent research suggests that they were adaptations for digging up plant matter or raking in aquatic vegetation. And maybe those specialized hoof-like toes help keep it from sinking into the muddy riverbanks. The sail, however, is a bigger puzzle.
Is it? Seems pretty straightforward. It's for holding up the front and the back of the animal, both of which are very heavy. It's got a, it's only got that central pivot point, the legs there to hold it, to stand on. I don't know, that seems pretty straightforward to me.
Other sailed-back dinosaurs have come to light over the years, including the predatory Spinosaurus and Ouranosaurus, which was a large herbivore. In past decades, some paleontologists argue that these scales might have been used to help regulate body temperature. Others say they supported lots of fatty tissue, much like the humps on living bison.
With bison, it's the same thing. There's a bunch of ligaments that run down there to help hold up the big, heavy head.
Both hypotheses were later criticized, though. It's also possible that the sails were used for display, making the animals look bigger or more attractive to mates. The jury's still out. Regardless, while Deinonychirus was an ornithomimosaur through and through, it didn't just look like a scaled-up ornithomimus. And in hindsight, Deinonychirus's bizarre anatomy kind of makes sense. Instead of speed, it went for size to avoid being preyed upon, and its broad beak helped it snack on abundant aquatic resources of its seasonal floodplain home. Deinonychirus reminds us that the fossil record is full of surprises, but also that it's a precious resource, and paleontologists aren't the only ones out there prospecting it. Without a well-connected fossil dealer, a sharp-eyed paleontologist, and a little luck, we'd still be asking ourselves, what's up with those horrible hands?
Yeah. Lovely video here from PBS Eons. Good stuff. There's a link there. Anyway, how did we get on this? Deinonychirus, we were watching this video here, about Polish paleontologist Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. This video's in Spanish for some reason. Not for some reason. It was created by people who spoke Spanish. Let's continue it here. And luckily we've got some translated subtitles.
Enormes. Huesos de un velociraptor y un protoceratops.
Velociraptor and protoceratops intermingled indicate that they died while fighting. Yeah. And... oof, this is gonna get grisly. Yeah, I think it was from that Korean dinosaur documentary. I don't know where those rocks came from, but, that's the thing, is like, how do you get those dinosaurs buried like that? Because we know they were like that. This is from a documentary called Dinosaur Planet, which came out in like 2003 or something. Here. I'll play the beginning and then I'll play the end. This is from an interesting time because back in the early 2000s like this, we recognized that dinosaurs like Velociraptor had feathers, but to what extent I don't know. People who did depictions like this, they're like, well, let's slap some feathers on them, but they almost look kind of glued on. Because we're still kind of getting used to the idea of feathered Velociraptor at this point. Nowadays, we recognize they should look a lot more, naturally feathered. Like this. Full-on wings, basically. Didn't realize that at the time. It's like, just, slap some feathers on there. Feathers should conform to the shape of its body. It should look like it's, part of the animal. But they weren't there yet. Here. So yeah. Is that right, Salamander? Wow. El Goog. Yeah, there you go, Enlightenment. Yeah, so let's jump to kind of the climax here at the end. So she's got an Oviraptorosaur chick to feed to her babies. The writing in this isn't the best. This is the series that started it all for you? Very cool, Salamander. I remember when this first came out, I was in like middle school at the time, and I was so excited about this that it's gonna sound so lame, but I asked the teacher if I could do a presentation about this at the end of class one day, because I really wanted people to watch it, and I wanted to like be able to talk to classmates about it. So I'm like, check this out. I printed up these little bookmarks with some of the different Dinosaur Planet designs off the website. It was like a reminder for people to watch it, and nobody else in the class was really interested in it, but I was stoked about it, you know? Yeah. And what tragedy is that? Aside from the text being backwards? This is narrated by Christian Slater, Cast the Dreamer. Yeah. All right. And it looks, there's a little bit of water, I guess. There'd be water everywhere. Anyway, Protoceratops. Protoceratops. This critter right here. The most common dinosaur in the I think the Jacta Ornamact formations of Mongolia. I really like their Protoceratops design in this. It's a lot better than their Velociraptor design. And there you go, Salamander. Yeah, these would have been really formidable critters, probably. That big beak. I mean, shoot, the beak of a Protoceratops? You know, if anybody here has ever been bitten by a bird, especially like a parrot, you know how much that can hurt. Now imagine if that parrot's beak was this big. Imagine that clamping down on your thigh. You'd be done for. it's curtains for you. Thing bites through your femoral artery. You know, hope you've got your will written up. Holy moly. Not a critter you'd want to mess with. Yeah, big biological bolt cutters. Exactly, Alexander Morrison. Yeah. Yeah. Leninus is a large parrot can crush your finger. I don't want to think of the damage that beak could do. This could probably, like, sever somebody's head. Like, ugh, I didn't want to think about that. Yeah, and this is just, you know, the bone, too. This, in life, would have been covered by a keratinous sheath. Would have made it even longer and significantly sharper. This animal would have had some pretty substantial, you know, jaw muscles there. We've got, like, insertion points for the jaw muscles up here. Like, that's some pretty serious musculature in there. This is an animal that could bite you apart, you know? Yowza. Yeah. I mean, think of like an alligator snapping turtle, but make it, you know, 6 times bigger and meaner and faster. Oh man, Protoceratops. Yeah. Anyway, this is supposed to be a dramatization of the fighting dinosaur specimen and how it came to be. All these elephant noises. Oh boy, here we go. Hmm. So the thing is, there is a dinosaur specimen. Shows a velociraptor and a protoceratops locked in combat like that. But is this the way that it happened, though? It's still kind of a mystery how that came to be. How do you get buried locked in mortal combat like that? In a desert environment, no less. And Salamander says, would that much sand be heavy enough to immobilize 2 animals like them? Was this ever really a grounded idea? I don't think it is. Yeah. People have died digging holes at the beach. Oh. Oh, you're onto something there, Salamander, I think. Yeah. Well, maybe they were weak and bleeding out or lockjawed. That's an interesting idea, Casey Snowart. That's an interesting idea. But that's what that specimen looks like. And so this specimen was discovered by Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska and her team in 1971. So that's Scott Sampson right there. He used to be at the Utah Museum of Natural History. I think now he works at the California Academy of Sciences here in the Bay Area. I don't know if he really does paleo anymore. I think a lot of his stuff is now like trying to get kids outside to be in nature and learn about science and stuff. I don't know. I've not spoken to him in a long, long time. Yeah. What freak of nature indeed. Yep. Yeah, so that's an interesting idea. I have my doubts. I can't... Salamander, has Denver talked about this at all? I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this yet. But we worked a site in Montana that might help explain what happened with the Protoceratops and Velociraptor there. If you know what I'm talking about, let me know. If you don't know, tell me you don't know, because I don't know how under wraps this is. But we've got another idea that... yeah. But I know what you're hinting at. Okay. Salamander knows. Salamander's been taking a class, a paleobiology class with Denver Fowler. But yeah. I need to talk to Denver about that. We're going to be publishing the Spinosaur paper before I leave for the field. I'm going to get that submitted before I leave for fieldwork. And once with that kind of finally off of my plate, I can talk about this other project with him. But yeah. And taking classes gets you the juicy deets. Indeed, Salamander, yeah. Anyway. And Golganex's weird question and seemingly counterintuitive. Golganek asks, is it possible that Protoceratops was scavenging, even though vegetarian? It's an interesting idea, Golganek. It's an interesting idea. It's been, let's see... Paleo artist Mark Whitten has done illustrations of ceratopsians eating theropod dinosaurs before. That's not what I'm hinting at here. I don't think that's what happened. It does seem like both of these animals died at the same time. They died while fighting. It really seems like that. But I wouldn't be shocked if ceratopsian dinosaurs would occasionally eat some meat if they happen to cross it. You know, why not? But yeah, the butt fluff. Yes, Casey's nowhere. Oh boy. But yeah. Here's a... Oh, 8 years on. Here's... my Scavenging Styracosaurus version 2. Quite fun to compare with the original. this one is better rendered, but honestly, I like the graphic, like the... You know, I like the original better in a way, though. Just personal taste. But yeah. They're both really good, though. Yeah. Anyway, I don't think that's what was happening with the Protoceratops and the Velociraptor. I think they really did die in a fight, but stay tuned. Hopefully one of these weeks or months I'll be able to talk about that. But yeah, Styracosaurs are very cool looking, absolutely. They're such neat animals. Ceratopsians in general are just super, super cool. Yeah. And there you go, Mayor's face. It's been. I know what you mean. But yeah. We've got some Styracosaurus emotes, by the way. Would anybody care to show those off? And ceratopsians are hard to draw. That's very true, Smorphosaurus. Their skulls are tricky. The perspective on them is difficult. Anyway, let's finish out this video here. Yeah. Incredible specimen. Oof. Yowza. Ugh. Yeah.
Increíble fosilización de una pelea
Incredible fossilization of a perpetual fight set in
Las
stone.
expediciones paleontológicas
The
a
paleontological
Mongolia
expeditions to
realizadas por el
Mongolia
equipo
carried out by the
polaco-mongol
Polish-Mongolian
están
team
consideradas por la comunidad
are considered
científica
by the international
internacional
scientific
como una de las
community
más grandes
as one of
realizadas en
the
este
largest carried out on the subject. They were
Zofia
huge.
Kielan-Jaworowska. Primera mujer.
And that's not Zofia there. That's somebody else. They're using the wrong photo. This is like a paleoanthropologist. Or that might be Mary Leakey. I don't know who this is. But that's not Zofia.
En servir en el comité ejecutivo de la
There she is. Yeah. She was the first woman to serve on the executive committee of the International Union of Geological Sciences.
International Union of Geological Sciences. Autora
She's
del
author
libro
of the
Un
book
for Dinosaurs y
Hunting for
coautora de
Dinosaurs.
Mammals from the Age of Dinosaurs.
And co-author of Mammals
Parte de su
from
grandeza
the
proviene
time
de
of the
su valentía y
dinosaurs.
coraje sobre lo que
Her greatness
significa
comes
la
from her
construcción
bravery
del
and her
conocimiento
courage
científico. La paleontología es una intersección de
construction of
dos
scientific
disciplinas
knowledge.
importantes de las
Paleontology is an important intersection of biology and geology.
ciencias naturales, la biología y la geología. Estudiando
Studying
paleontología como
paleontology.
zoóloga. Me
As a
sentí
zoologist, I
principalmente
was
interesada
mainly
por la
interested
evolución.
in evolution, she says.
Los cambios en la
The
anatomía de
changes
los
in the
animales
anatomy
a
of
través de su
animals
historia
through
y
their
sus
history
causas,
and
y la
their
reconstrucción de la historia evolutiva
causes
de
and the
los grupos
reconstruction of the
animales.
evolutionary history of
Zofia
animal
Kielan.
groups. Oh yeah.
Al maravilloso mundo de vida en el pasado dedicó Zofia Kielan todo su talento y trabajo.
Very cool. Dedicated to the memory of Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska, 1925 to 2015. It was on this very day, back in 1925, that she was born. So, huge paleo salute to Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. She was about 89 at the time. That was right before she died, Salamander, yeah. Yeah. Again, we showed this at the beginning, but real briefly. Yeah.
Profesor Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska reprezentuje paleontologię. dziedzinę wiedzy zajmującą się zwierzętami i roślinami kopalnymi.
I don't know if this is
To
Polish or
właśnie
Russian here.
paleontologii zawdzięczamy naszą wiedzę na temat początków kształtowania się życia na Ziemi.
There's no subtitles.
Działalność naukową rozpoczynała
Little
profesor
dog.
Kielan-Jaworowska pod kierunkiem profesora Romana Kozłowskiego,
Yeah.
światowej sławy paleontologa polskiego, twórcy Warszawskiej Szkoły Paleontologicznej. Początkowe zainteresowania skierowały uczoną w stronę badań nad
And she worked on fossil mammals like this primarily. She discovered some dinosaurs and a bunch of other really cool critters. Helped unravel a lot of mysteries about life in the late Cretaceous of Mongolia. But mammals are what she actually worked on.
Zostały następnie poszerzone o materiały zebrane w Czechosłowacji.
Yeah. And here she is later on in life.
Całym atraktem roślin wyglądał.
Trudność wiązała się z ich
I think this was shortly before she died in 2015.
Podczas największy szkielet, jaki wydobywaliśmy, to
There's
razem
Dinocyrus
z
again.
otaczającą skałą ważył kilka ton.
Natomiast tak jest i
Historia dla czytaczów jest na ogół
Anyway.
słabo.
Big paleo salute to Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. One of the very few paleontologists to ever win the great Romer Simpson Medal from the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Honestly, we owe her a lot. Really cool stuff. And like we were talking about at the beginning of the stream, for anybody just tuning in, she also, during World War II,
The wingspan of this flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
Thanks to a Dragonation for my sub-gift.
and thank you, Beards. 15 months. Reaganation, thank you for the sub-gift there. Excellent. Yeah. Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. She came of age in war-torn Eastern Europe, born in 1925 in Poland. She basically, you know, higher education was banned by the Nazis during the Nazi occupation of Poland. Punishable by death at the hands of the Nazis. She didn't care. She enrolled in clandestine classes at the University of Warsaw. That was one way that she resisted. But she also served as a medic from age 15 in the Polish resistance until the Warsaw Uprising of 1944. But she also, as we were talking about earlier, during World War II, together with her family, she helped hide 2 Jewish women from the Nazis. And she won this distinction as a result. Righteous among the nations. There is a plaque that bears her name in Poland, recognized as someone who helped hide people from the Nazis. Good for her. Holy cow. Pretty cool. There's a link to the article. I think Lenina just put that in there, but there it is again. So yeah. Pretty cool. So a huge paleo salute to Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska, pioneering paleontologist, and just all-around inspiring person. Anyway, it's the anniversary of her birth today, but it is also Thursday Birds Day. And, well, we've got some birds to examine. So let's get into it, shall we? Thursday Birds Day starts right now.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day!
Happy Thursday Birds Day, everyone. We have got some wonderful submissions for Thursday Birds Day today. I'm eager to get into them. So let's dive in there, shall we? Thank you, Lenina, for reminding everybody of the rules. Let's see here. And, oh boy. Yeah. I don't know if I'll be able to access the... Yeah, I'm not... On Facebook. I'm not going to be able to access these, Lady Fiend. Sorry about that. Little Pink Pony says, I didn't even have to go outside for this one. These 3 ducks were outside my window this morning. There's a creek less than a mile from me, so I think they came from there. They then crossed the road like good little citizens. That's awesome, Little Pink Pony. That's awesome. 3 mallards waiting across the street. Looks like they're waiting for the bus. Excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. And thank you, Lenina. I appreciate you refreshing everybody on the rules. Yeah. Yeah, very responsible dinosaurs here. Mallards. Pretty cool critters. Let's pull them up on the big tree of life here. There we go. Anis Platyrinkos is the mallard. Come on now. Uh-oh. When I click it, nothing happens. What's going on? Oh, shoot. Did they update the UI here and it doesn't work anymore? Mallard. Here, let me turn off ad block and see if that fixes it. That happens sometimes. Nope, it's just not working. That's not good. Oh boy, did they break this? Explore now. Mallard. Oh no. I'm gonna have to, I guess we don't get to use this today. Hopefully they fix it. That's not ideal. It's working for you, Lenina? Interesting. Yeah. Maybe they updated and there's a bug or something. But we'll continue on then. Yeah. Majestic Biscuit, we've got a mockingbird here. Lovely. Very, very cool. I see these in my neighborhood as well. They are, they're neat critters. They are neat critters. I love those action shots here. Good stuff, Majestic Biscuit. Good stuff. Very nice. Oh, and you know what? Before I forget, we will have some more time, I guess, given that we can't look at stuff on the Tree of Life. But, there was a new article that came out. Where was that? Here we go. And oh, hang on. We've got an article in Scientific American about feathers, but I need to look up my account number so I can log in. So let me do that real quick. Let me grab that. Okay. I appreciate your patience while I'm doing this. Slash or the... There we go. Did it work? Ooh.
Access granted.
Excellent. This is beautiful. All right, we've got that. There we go. I was an enthusiastic subscriber to Scientific American when I was a kid. From like late elementary school through middle school into high school, I used to read Scientific American cover to cover every month. And then recently my brother got me a Scientific American subscription for my birthday. And it is so much better than I remember it being. The new Scientific American is pretty extraordinary stuff. It used to be, I don't know, kind of like middling quality sometimes. They used to have all these dumb ads for cubic zirconia and, you know, like scam water filters and stuff like that. And, you know, the quality of the writing and the quality of just about everything in that, especially a lot of the editorial decisions, seem to be so much better than it used to be. So I highly recommend Scientific American. Yeah. If you like science as much as I do, and it's a subscription that would, I think, be well worth your time and money. Yeah. It's good stuff. Just started a new search from the OneZoom main page, and now it's working for me. Cool, Beards. Okay. Let's hope it works for me too. But I wanted to take a look at this. Talking about feathers. Feathers being one of those kind of quintessential dinosaur things. Why are feathers one of evolution's cleverest inventions? Oh, this is longer than I thought. Yeah, shoot. Well, we're not going to read this whole thing. But I'm looking forward to reading it later. And here is a link if you happen to be subscribed to Scientific American or would like to become subscribed. There you go. Let's try one zoom one more time. Yeah, it's just not working. I don't know what's going on. Yep, it's just not working. I can try it in Firefox. See if it'll work there. Nope, it's not working there either. I don't know what's up, but it's just not working. Yeah. 2 different browsers, refresh the page, turn off ad block, none of that worked. Which is borked for me, which is odd. Anywho. Majestic Biscuit, very nice. With your Mockingbird there. Good stuff. Yeah. Website ain't right. There you go, Makerspace. Yeah. Cast Me Out Black has got Branta canadensis, Canada goose here. And these guys are, oh man, are they feisty. Since we do have some extra time, why don't we take a look at a video about Canada geese? Cast Me Out Black, I hope you appreciate this. Given this is your Thursday Birds Day Bird of the Week. Oh no, a bird's gonna get him. Uh-oh, here comes the goose.
Oh, he's gonna pick up the goose. Oh, no!
The goose is not scared. It's like, you're kidding? I'm a dinosaur. I'll eat you, mammal. I can fly. Watch. Oh, man. That's not the one I was thinking of. This is it here.
An animal with the power to ruin any picnic. A prodigious pooper that has taken over the parks of North America. A bird with a serrated tongue that will chase you out of your own garden and put your rake in the lake. This is one of the most feared animals by city slickers.
Of animals that have ever appeared on this planet.
Jane Treza.
Dinosaurs.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. How you doing? Thanks for clicking that follow button.
Lake. This is one of the most feared animals by city slickers. This is the goose.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault, and you're watching Animal Logic. Goose is an umbrella term for birds from 3 separate genera from the same family as swans and ducks. And there's at least 16 different species. The smallest genus consists of the white geese. There are only 3 species, all North American, and they include the beautiful swan goose.
Huh. I don't think I've ever
These
seen those in the
cranky
wild.
buttes spend their summers in the Arctic and migrate south during the winter. They travel in huge gaggles of up to 1 million
Jane
birds.
Teresa, it's good to have you here. I appreciate you saying hello. Welcome, welcome. Let me know if you've got any questions. We're doing Thursday Birds Day right now, if you weren't aware. And yeah, Thursday Birds Day, we celebrate that birds are the only... Well, birds are living dinosaurs. They're the only living dinosaurs. The only dinosaurs that are still around. The only dinosaurs that managed to make it through the end Cretaceous extinction event. And today there are so many different species of birds. There are how many different species of birds? 9,000! Some would say between 10 and 12,000 species of birds. Others say 9,000. It is over 9,000, whatever the exact number. Birds today they outnumber mammal species like 2 to 1. So if you wanted to, you could still make an argument that we're living in the age of dinosaurs. We're still living in the age of dinosaurs because dinosaurs outnumber mammal species 2 to 1. But I don't know. This dinosaur paleontologist says that it ain't like it used to be. Birds are great, but, you know, they're not non-avian dinosaurs. But they're still great. We're talking about them now.
Traversing up to 4,000 kilometers, making them one of the most amazing migration events on Earth. Then there are the gray geese, which are mostly found in Northern Europe and in Asia. They're so similar to white geese that some scientists argue that white geese should be part of this genus.
Yep.
They all have orange legs and beaks and grayish-brown feathers. The goose you're more likely to have eaten is the gray-leg goose.
Maybe it's the age of beetles? No, there's only 2 left, Charlie. Well, no, actually 3. There's 3 beetles left. Paul, Ringo, and everyone's favorite beetle, Yoko.
First animals to be domesticated and are considered a Christmas delicacy in Northern Europe. Finally, we have the black geese, a genus
it's the age of plants. There you go, Caterpillar. I mean, it's the age of bacteria. You know, I don't know. Yeah. Little Pink Pony says, "How dare you, lol." Yeah, you bet. Let's continue.
Canada goose.
Yeah, the Canada goose.
Black geese are generally brown or black and have black legs and beaks. They're mostly
black hearts. The Canada goose. Oh, such a dastardly yet noble creature. Villainous yet honorable. They contain multitudes. The Canada geese.
America, with 2 exceptions, the Hawaiian nene and the Siberian red-breasted goose. If you've ever been attacked by a goose in North America, it was probably a Canada goose. For Canada geese, peace was never an option. Their beaks and tongues are serrated with papillae that help them cut plant matter and filter mud when they drink from puddles.
Yep.
The result is one of the most terrifying beaks of all birds.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
You might not be able to do much damage to a grown person, but you don't want to put your fingers on the business end of that mouth. Canada geese are extremely protective animals that have adapted very well to urban habitats. Cities provide lots of food and protection from predators. They have no fear of people and are comfortable racing their goslings in our parks. They were once protected along with other migratory species, but over the past 50 years, their numbers have exploded, and there are now over 7 million Canada geese in North America.
Pretty impressive.
The main issue is that human activity has changed their migration patterns. Up until the urbanization of North America, Canada geese would breed in the Arctic in the summer and travel south for the winter.
And now they just live in the South full time?
As humans built better parks and offered protection from foxes, wolves, and other predators, they started to stay put year-round.
There you go. Yeah.
And being here year-round means that they litter our parks with poo. Lots and lots of poo.
Yep.
Every goose and gander produces up to 1 kilogram of feces every day. All this poo
Wow.
contaminates waterways and has also caused an increase of pathogens in parks and lakes. So if you go to the beach, just make sure that there aren't a lot of droppings around. One of the reasons they poo so much is because they eat our leftovers. They have been observed breaking into dumpsters and trash cans, but some people feed them to get on their good side.
Yeah, some bribery never hurts.
In the short term, this is great for geese
No, it
because
does.
they get a lot of yummy food. But in the long term, they end up eating too many carbs and proteins, which can make them...
And Cast the Dreamer says, I wanted... Wait, hang on. Oh, SB says, Danny, have you ever played the game... Have I ever seen the game Untitled Goose Game? I have actually played that very briefly. I played that with Ios one time, shortly after I first met her, before I ever started streaming on Twitch. This would have been like April of 2020, or maybe earliest May of 2020. But it is it's an interesting game. Yeah. Here's a trailer right here. Some of you are probably familiar with this already. It's a lovely morning in the village. Until a dinosaur attacks. And you are a horrible goose. It is a charming little game. I played through part of the first level, I think. So I didn't get to the part where you derail a train or make the local nuclear plant melt down or anything. I didn't get to those levels, but yeah, I've heard that there's a lot of havoc that you can achieve as the goose in that game. Well, yeah.
them sick.
No
and
spoilers,
cause
says Lordy.
deformities. The most common of these ailments is angel wing, in which some of the wing bones don't form properly.
Huh. Oh, wow.
This causes their primary feathers to point outwards and limits their ability to fly. In severe
Interesting.
cases, it causes death, as geese get rejected by their family or become easy prey for predators. Being part of a family and being so protective of it are some of the reasons that geese are so...
Dame Karen says, we don't have nuclear plants here? Because the geese got to them. What do you think happened?
successful.
Uh,
Some species, like the gray-lag goose, mate for life, while others, like the Canada goose, stay together for a whole breeding cycle. Having a long-term partner increases the chances of their gosling's survival. It has also been noted that the single geese get more stressed out than the paired birds, particularly during confrontations. But it's not all a romantic fairy tale. Paired geese are known to occasionally mate with other geese if the opportunity presents itself.
most monogamous animals will do
What's
that.
good for the goose is good for the gander.
Yeah.
A relatively high number of goose pairs involve two members of the same sex.
That's true for a lot of
In
birds.
gray-lag geese, up to 20% of couples are two ganders. They also reportedly have stronger connections than the other pairs, as they perform more displays for each other. And they don't have to worry about taking care of goslings.
You'd be, I mean, a lot of people might be surprised at the number of, like, same-sex relationships in a lot of animals, especially different kinds of birds, whether it's geese or penguins or parrots. It's pretty common. in nature.
It's time to migrate. They most commonly fly in
Gray geese also make really good vodka. Is that right, Steely Dan?
The formation saves them energy by reducing wind resistance.
Gray
Goose
goose.
in the front leads the skyne, but also gets a lot more tired. When its shift is over, it falls back and another goose takes over the lead spot.
Yeah.
Great teamwork, you lovable jerks. So what should I talk about next? Please let me know.
Yeah, anyway, here is a link to that video from Animalogics with Danielle Dufault. Good stuff. Yeah. Have you ever been chased by a swan? I was in a paddle boat when it happened. Van Beekent? I can't say I've ever been chased by a swan, no. I have been chased by a goose before, and you kind of just have to stand your ground, like... And if they come at you, you kind of grab them by, like, the base of the neck. Not the base of the neck, but, like, right under their mouth, and then you just, like, set them down and be like, no. But, that, yeah, I don't know, it's tough, because they're, like, coming at you and making noise, and they're flapping, and you really have to not be intimidated. Yeah. Have you ever been looked at by a swan? Yes. Charcon, yes. Yes. We had distilled from the finest geese as casted. Yeah. Anyway. Gravity says, well, I have ornithophobia, so dinophobia? I mean, yeah. Yeah. So, Gravity, you probably laugh extra hard when people say, oh, feathered dinosaurs, that's not scary. Dinosaurs should be scaly. Feathers, like, you know better. As I think most of us do. Pontus, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here, Pontus. What's shaking? Here, let's talk a bit about feathered dinosaurs here, shall we?
Hello. The creature we will be examining is a paleontologist.
Bag of Silly, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Silly. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Silly. Holy cow. Delta Rain, Tommy Platicus, SV Harkin, how are you all doing? It's wonderful to have you here. Hello, hello. Happy Thursday Birds Day, by the way. Silly, have you seen the Thursday Birds Day opener? I feel like we've got some new people here who might enjoy seeing that opener video again. Yeah. Gravity, you were chased by a rooster once. Same thing happened to my little brother, and he has also been afraid of roosters ever since then. Yeah. Yeah. Silly, have you seen the Thursday Birds Day opener video? You have, right? I know you very much enjoy birds yourself. I'm just looking for another excuse to show it off, I guess. Yeah. It is Thursday Birds Day, everyone, and Silly, you're in the right place as a fellow bird appreciator. You haven't seen it, Incredimike? Well, let's do it. Happy Thursday Birds Day.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord, and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day.
Happy Thursday Birds Day, everyone. Happy Thursday Birds Day, Bag of Silly. Happy Thursday Birds Day, everybody who just waltzed in here. It's great to have you. We are looking at some of the bird photos posted by members of this community in the Discord. There's Branta canadensis, which is Canada goose, from Cast Meow Black, and we were just talking about Canada geese. Yeah. Just like the narrator said in that video, that was so much fun to put together. I really enjoyed making that video. It doesn't have to be the best picture. It doesn't have to be cover of National Geographic quality. It just has to be a picture of a bird that you took, or a video, or a sound recording. The point is to go out and, you know, pay attention to some birds. I guess touch grass, as it were, or watch birds. I don't know. It's something that I do every week anyway. And, it's always fun to share the birds that we've seen over the course of the last week. Lenina says, how's this for a Texas bird pic? A grackle sitting on a deer blind up for sale outside a Buc-ee's. That's a deer blind? I guess, yeah, shoot. With those hoofs, I don't know how they'd open the doors, but you could probably fit a lot of deer in there. I don't know how these things work, but I love that there's a grackle on top of it. That is peak Texas for sure, says Steely Dan. Yeah. Good stuff. Look at that grackle there. What a proud theropod dinosaur. Just like, yes, admire me. Gaze upon my plumage. Good stuff. Good stuff, Ladina. Good stuff. Wow. Excellent. I saw a pigeon having a job interview earlier. I hope he got it. I hope so too. Pigeons don't get nearly enough respect. They're these animals that we have brought all over the world. They're originally from like cliff environments. They evolved to nest on cliff edges on the African continent. And they've since been brought to 5 of the other continents around the world. They exist pretty much anywhere that people do. They're comfortable around people. Like, they were domesticated. They're one of the earliest domesticated animals. But, yeah, so many people hate pigeons, revile them. And, you know, they just want to be close to us. They thrive in human-built environments, and I don't know, I always feel kind of bad for pigeons. And I marvel at their adaptability, the way they're able to eke out an existence in an often very hostile human environment. They're, I think they're worthy of more respect than they get, pigeons. Columba livae is the genus and species name for the feral rock dove, aka pigeon. Yeah. Sloppy Salamander says, we are quite hostile. Yeah, chat can be pretty hostile. No, I'm just kidding. As human beings, yeah, we could be pretty hostile toward them. Toward nature in general, you know? And Lady Fiend says, my dad told me that when he was young, he would rehabilitate the pigeons. That's pretty cool. There is like a big subculture around pigeon fancying and pigeon racing. Here, take a look at this. This is pretty cool. Pigeons are incredibly strong flyers and very, very fast. Take a look at this.
There's a thing called pigeon racing, and it's
Yep.
possibly $1 billion industry. Recently, one bird was sold for a record $1.4 million. It often involves pigeons flying thousands of kilometers. This is how it works. On race
Yeah.
day, pigeon fanciers.
So I've always kind of wondered about this too. I read a book about this once, but it was a long time ago. And I've forgotten some of the details, but it involves like having boxes that are locked and they have a timer inside. And like the key is on the pigeon's wing or something like, or it's tied to its leg, and then you unlock the box. Like there's supposed to be stuff that's kind of tamper-proof here so that you can't cheat. It's not like there's pigeons running on a track or flying around a track or something like that. There are pigeons that race from one place to another, or from one place to a bunch of other places, rather. And then the person who owns the pigeon is just like waiting around for the pigeon, and then they record when the pigeon arrives. I think that's how it goes. Let's figure that out.
That's what people who race pigeons are called, release their birds who are hundreds, if not thousands of kilometers away from their respective bird lofts. Depending on the race, around 20,000 pigeons can be released at the same time.
Holy
The
cow.
shortest can be 100-kilometer sprints. Long distance races can go up to 1,200 kilometers. The speed of the bird is calculated and the fastest bird wins the race. And it takes a pigeon 12 to 14 hours non-stop to travel around 1,000 kilometers. On hot days, they can take longer, as it's believed that they sometimes stop for a quick water break.
And I love that it's believed that they sometimes stop for a quick water break. Nobody's really sure. I kind of love that. As a dinosaur paleontologist, uncertainty is like a big part of what we do. You know, there's certain things that we don't know for sure. And hearing that there's something about that in like a modern sport or endeavor, like pigeon racing, is, I think that's pretty cool. I don't know. Something about that's pretty charming.
In the time of the dinosaur, this was a subtropical delta.
Square chap.
Home of the big plant eaters and of the monsters who chased them.
Monsters like Square Chap. Thank you for the 6 months of support with that Prime there, Square Chap. I really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me here online with that. Thank you, thank you. Lordy says, pretty sure they fly out of sight and hop on a bus. Well, you should be able to check their Clipper card there, Lordy, and see if that's the case.
But that's just a guess, because it's not possible to track the birds with a GPS. Those trackers are still too heavy. So until technology advances, the pigeons have a ring on their foot, which enables the racers to calculate their speed.
Oh, so you put an RFID chip
How
on
the
there.
winners of the race are determined.
And that's really cool. Shoot, the book that I was reading was written back in like the early 2000s, I think, when pigeon racing was, it was kind of a dying sport. Part of the book was kind of bemoaning that this is something that is passing out of existence. You know, all the older pigeon racers were dying off or retiring, and there weren't young people taking their place, but maybe it's taken off in other parts of the world. The center of pigeon racing used to be, I think, Brooklyn in New York. Maybe the locus of this activity has moved to other places now.
Minutes after a pigeon arrives at its loft, the owner finds out the speed and the ranking of the bird online. Distance and wind can sometimes be a factor that determines who the winners are. So there's another type of racing. It's called one-loft racing. In this case, when a pigeon is born, it's sent to a collective loft. All the pigeons at these lofts belong to respective owners who train the birds at the collective loft. In the race, all the pigeons race back to their collective loft from a set point, competing under the same weather conditions and flying the same distance.
So it reminds me of a scientific experiment where you're trying to control for more variables. Really cool, where it's like, rather than pigeons flying from one central point to a bunch of different destinations, and then you RFID tag them, scan them when they get to their destinations, they're encountering different weather conditions, different headwinds and tailwinds, and like you've got a bunch of different variables there. It might not be super fair. In this case, you eliminate a lot of those variables. It's like a good scientific experiment. This is cool.
Collective loft. In the race, all the pigeons race back to their collective loft from a set point, competing under the same weather conditions and flying
I'm glad you love pigeons. I really like pigeons too.
This sport is not new. In many parts of the world, the sport was practiced in some form or the other, dating back thousands of years. But the modern form of the sport has its roots in Belgium, where the first long-distance races were held in the 19th century.
Any Belgians in the chat here? Were you aware, Belgians in the chat, pigeon racing in its modern form started in your nation?
But now, the biggest market is in China. Belgium Armando, also known as the Lewis Hamilton of pigeons, was sold for a record 1.5.
The Lewis Hamilton of pigeons? Like the...
Armando, also known as the
guy with the musical about him. Very cool. Yeah, first prize was a waffle. Yeah. That reminds me, back when I was teaching preschool, there was a book that we had in the library that the kids really loved, called Pigeon Finds a Hot Dog. And I never quite understood the appeal of this book, but the kids loved it. Maybe a waffle would be an even grander prize for a pigeon. I don't know. Yeah. Anywho.
Lewis Hamilton of pigeons was sold for a record $1.4 million to a Chinese bidder. He was sold for 3 times more than the previous record. And now the new owner hopes that he'll pass on his super genes to his progeny.
In China, you don't have casinos. But what is a good alternative for people in China to gamble?
Is this guy like... He's got a Zoom call from a frat party right now? There's so much noise around him. What's going on?
But what is a good alternative for people in China to gamble, and they like to gamble a lot, is pigeon sport. If you want to win a lot of money with the pigeons, the Chinese are thinking we need to buy the best pigeons, genetics.
Armando will be used for his mating in
That was the best take that they got.
hopes that he'll pass his talent to his children and earn millions of dollars for his new owner. In the same auction, 7 of Armando's children were sold for $170,000 in total. A regular female pigeon can give 12 to 15 children a year. If well organized, Armando is expected to breed 100 children in a year. The Pioneer International Club in Beijing hosts a series of races where pigeons fly up to 500 kilometers for prize pots of over $60 million. And gambling prizes associated with these competitions spin off millions of dollars or more. The Belgium-based Pipa Pigeon Paradise, which is the eBay of the pigeon buying world, had a turnover of $28 million last year online and offline pigeon sales. Pigeon racing is not just about the money and the gambling.
For me, to see the pigeon arrive, like after a race, 10 hours flying against the wind, it's really interesting. And then, yeah, the feeling when they come home, that's the most wonderful thing about the pigeon sport for me.
Pretty neat. Anyway, pigeons. There's some dinosaurs who do not get nearly enough respect, at least here in the States. Sounds like in China. Sounds like they're getting their proper adulation there, which is good. Mandy Moosh says, pigeon fancier. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah, sounds like they are properly fancied there, which is good. Old Chucky D, Charles Darwin, was a pigeon fancier himself. He bred fancy pigeons. Yeah. different types of fancy pigeon breeds. Take a look at this. Crazy different morphologies. Let's put this up to 2 times speed. The neat, like, genetic quirks of pigeons, the way that you can get different features in pigeons with selective breeding. This is actually one of the things that inspired Charles Darwin to come up with his theory of natural selection. It's kind of a short leap from selective breeding like this to an idea like natural selection. You know, if you just have changing environmental conditions that are selecting for different anatomical features, different morphological traits, you know, you can imagine how, how creatures can evolve in pretty dramatic ways. If this can be done in just a few decades through human breeding, selective breeding of pigeons by human means, and imagine what millions of years of natural selection can do. That was kind of Charles Darwin's insight there. But yeah. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon, yeah, some of these pigeons that are bred to have extremely short beaks actually have to be fed by hand because they're not good at feeding themselves. So that would be a feature that would be selected against in the wild. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, pretty cool. Pigeons, they're really interesting animals. Thank you there, Lady Queen, for posting this. Put me on a whole tangent about pigeons. I love it. And Beard says, a pair of mute swans, Cygnus olor, starting their day with a preen. Grooming themselves. Preening is, for those of you not familiar with that term, that's what birds do when they're maintaining and grooming their feathers. Starting their day with a preen on the canal across the road from my current accommodation. Very cool, Beards. Oh, lovely. Mute swans, very cool. These, I think, are the most common species of swan here in North America. I think we also get black swans and trumpeter swans, too. These ones are the most common. Nice shots there, Beards. It's good stuff. Yeah. I always thought it must be a good life to be a swan, you know? Nobody really messes with you. You swim around and you eat. You hang out with your friends. Don't have to go to work. You know, you don't have to sit around stuck in traffic. It's gotta be a good life. People literally build ponds for you because they think you're beautiful. It's gotta be a good life to be a swan. Poop wherever you want. Yeah, the world is your toilet when you're a swan. Imagine that, you know? You only get eaten by royalty. Yeah, I don't know if I like that part. It'd be cooler if you get to eat the royalty. But yeah. And Arg says, I want to be a goose and terrorize people. We just talked about that a few minutes ago. Were you here for that? But yeah. Yeah. What more could someone want in their life? Exactly, Ricadactylus, yeah. Anyway, cool, Beards. Thank you for posting. Good stuff. And Salamander says, iffy view, but the osprey from last week found a partner and started building a nest on the power pole. Exciting, and I hope they have much success. Well, look at this. Very cool. Good for them. And it really looks like this has specifically been engineered to deny birds access to this, but they have persevered, and good for them. You know, fight the power. Very nice, Salamander. Very nice. I hope they have got lots of babies very soon. Very cool. Oh, that's lovely. It's cool how you got this as a motion shot, too. That's some nice camera work. I'm impressed. Salamander, good stuff. Yeah. Neat. Very neat. And they've got personality. Absolutely. Yeah, geese have got moxie. They really do. They don't take no guff from nobody. Yeah. And defiant birds. Yes, indeed. You know? Just like these osprey nesting on that power pole there. Good for them. Yeah. Very cool. It's funny. I'm not used to seeing osprey nests like that on a power pole. When I lived in Montana, occasionally you would see these platforms that were built for osprey. Like this. And they build their nests out of sticks and stuff, and it's always near water, because of course they're fish-eating birds. They're piscivorous. Yeah, but I've never seen it on a power pole before. Like, good for them. There are a lot of birds who are able to take advantage of human-built infrastructure. And some of those you can watch live. Right here in the Bay Area. That's live right there. Holy cow. We've got either Annie or Archie. They're sitting on the chicks. This is a peregrine falcon. Falco peregrinus. This is the fastest animal that's ever lived, as far as we can tell. And this is live. This is live from atop Sather Tower on the University of California, Berkeley campus. Hatch Day was yesterday. And, well, here's a link to this. I did not make it to Berkeley to see this, but they had a special event there. Let's see if I can find video of that. There's the Berkeley Art Museum and Pacific Film Archive, BAMPFA, right there on the Berkeley campus. And they've got a big screen outside. And they held a special event yesterday for when the chicks were hatching. Here we go. Hatch Day celebration and Q&A.
Right, followers. Welcome to our Hatch Day party. We have. Let's see, is this?
We've got myself, Sean Peterson. I'm a grad student. I think it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
Grad student at the University of California, Berkeley.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm in the Department of Environmental Science, Policy, and Management.
All right, and I'm Lynn Schofield. I'm also an ornithologist, and I
An ornithologist is a bird scientist, for anybody who's not
conservation
aware.
strategies and what works best for conserving bird species with the Institute for Bird Populations. And we'd like to introduce our special guest here, Mary Mallett, who you are the ultimate falcon expert. You can introduce yourself.
I don't know if I'm an expert. I've been
I'll give you a link to this too.
Peregrine and eagle nest monitoring for quite a few years now, and
Yeah, anyway. I was hoping we would get some footage of the actual, like, celebration thing there, but, yeah. Hatch Day Cal Falcons. Berkeley, maybe? Is that going to help at all? I would think that there would be, like, a news broadcast or something from there. It would be fun to look at, but... This is from a year ago. Here we go.
It is
a big day for a pair of famous peregrine falcons at UC Berkeley. If experts are correct, we could see up to 4 hatchlings by the end of the day. ABC 7 News reporter
This is
Amanda
from 1 year
Garcia
ago.
in Berkeley, where there is a huge screen set up,
That's the
streaming
screen I
all
was
the
telling you about.
developments. This is a
Yeah.
watch party, Amanda.
Oh yeah, this big screen live stream feed is focused on Annie and Lou, UC Berkeley's famous falcons, and of course, their eggs. Experts say by the end of the day today, we should see 4 hatchlings total. And of course, one of them making their debut yesterday afternoon. We want to take you to that live stream that everyone has their eyes on. Annie and Lou have gained a worldwide following, with many tuning into this online public feed. We know Cal Falcons, the group of scientists and advocates monitoring the duo, have documented their lives, regularly posting photos, commentary, even memes about them, making the falcons more relatable, according to many. Now, to mark today's special occasion, a watch party kicked
I was
off
there a year
earlier
ago.
This morning, with any hatching to be seen.
I think
on
it was on a
huge
Tuesday,
screen
so I would have been
setup
there
at
in
the
Berkeley anyway.
Art Museum and Pacific Film Archive on Addison Street. From 9 to 6 p.m., those stopping by will witness real-time footage from 3 falcon cams installed on the Airy. We're told Annie is in her 7th breeding season at this location.
Pretty cool.
Every time it's exciting. Every time you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if they're all going to hatch. So, you know, there's a bit of the suspense as we wait to see it happen.
It's fun to see them on the camera, just to see each different bird's personalities, their different quirks, and
This is a lot like Hoot House live stream here on Twitch, you
I
know?
actually don't know if another one has come out overnight.
Annie has lived here since 2016. Back then, her
Yep.
partner was Grinnell. And in March of last year, Annie suddenly flew the coop, with experts fearing she was hurt, dead, or perhaps abandoned her territory. But after several days, Annie did return. And here we are, more than a year later, waiting on those 4 chicks. If you want to catch this big screen, you can just meet at Addison and Oxford in Berkeley. It's going to be streaming until about 6 p.m. on this screen specifically for everyone.
Pretty cool stuff. Anyway, Annie, the, that's probably her right there. The female peregrine falcon is a lot bigger than the male. She's like almost twice as large. She's significantly larger at any rate. And she looks big. I think that's Annie right there. Yeah. Pretty cool. You might be wondering, why is she called Annie? There's a reason for that. And it has to do with paleontology. The University of California Museum of Paleontology, which is kind of my home museum here in the Bay Area, this is one of the largest natural history museums in the United States in terms of, you know, number of specimens in the collection. That was first established by a woman named Annie Montague Alexander. She was a wealthy heiress and a devotee of natural history. She gave an endowment to establish the University of California Museum of Paleontology. She established this museum in the first place. She is the reason why we have a fossil museum here in the Bay Area. Or a research collections, at least. It's not really a public museum. And Annie the peregrine falcon is named after her, in her honor. Annie Montague Alexander did not seek the spotlight when she was alive. She was actually very shy, very, very passionate about the natural world, passionate about collecting fossils and modern, you know, organisms as well. She was particularly passionate about fossils, but she did not seek the spotlight. And a big part of that might have been that, well, she was gay. She was a lesbian, it seems. And her partner and her lived together. What they sometimes call like a Boston marriage. So I don't know. She tried to lead kind of a quiet life just to avoid people messing with her, I guess. But she left a really important legacy. I would not be where I am today if it were not for Annie Montague Alexander. She established this museum that I got my start at. There we go. As a high school student, I started volunteering at the Museum of Paleontology. This is kind of how I learned to be a paleontologist. Micah Hollick, thank you for the 32 months of support.
Ontogeny.
I really appreciate that. Thank you, Micah Hollick. Keeping me online for the past 32 months. Yeah. We were seeing Danny ontogeny. There you go, Salamander. Yeah, there's some ontogeny here too. There's me at age, I don't know, probably 16. Somebody had stolen one of the claws off of the Tyrannosaurus skeleton. It's a cast. It's not the real fossil bone. It's an exact replica of the real thing. But I replaced that, so I made another replica of one of the remaining claws, painted it, and then glued it on here. And that's the one that you see today. It's the one that I put on there. But yeah. So that would have been circa, I don't know, 2009, something like that. What a difference 5 years makes. Yeah, there you go, Steely Dan. We'll go with that. But yeah, I did all kinds of odd jobs there at the museum. Volunteering, not just helping out researchers with their work, not just cleaning specimens and curating fossils, but you know, things like dusting the Tyrannosaurus specimen as well. That was one of the more photogenic tasks. And they took a photo of me and put it in the newsletter. Is that actually how they dust? Yeah, Uo's Lab, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, this is the special T-Rex duster. Specifically for this purpose, you know? Yeah. Anywho, so Annie Montague Alexander established this museum in the first place. The museum where I got my start. And so many other paleontologists got their starts. But not only that, I was later to find out that her family may have helped bankroll my family coming to the United States in the first place. Because some of my ancestors on my dad's side came from Puerto Rico, but they came by way of Hawaii. Annie Montague Alexander's family, they were missionaries in Hawaii. And one of them helped establish the C&H Sugar Company. If you live here in the San Francisco Bay Area, maybe you've seen this sign. It's near the Crockett Bridge, I think. Just off of the Carquinez Strait. Like one of the additional bays that kind of gloms onto San Francisco Bay. Her family, you know, they were. I don't know if they were the C or the H. They were one of those. And so they're pretty wealthy. And they had sugarcane plantations in Puerto Rico and in Hawaii, if I recall correctly. And a bunch of Puerto Rican workers were basically, like, imported to the island of Maui. And Donut and Dice, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I gotta figure out the exact details about this, but my ancestors seem to have been, like, well, I don't know. They worked for her ancestors, it seems like. For her family. For her father, it seems. So there's multiple different ways where, like, I would not be here today if it weren't for Annie Montague Alexander. The Anduza family would not be in California by way of Hawaii if it weren't for her. So she grew up on the island of Maui and then had to move to Oakland, California, which she always regretted. She missed Hawaii for her whole life. But she moved to Oakland, did a lot of work in Berkeley, attended some classes about fossils there, and then said, we need a fossil museum. She made that happen. She donated the money. She saw to it that there would be a fossil museum here in the San Francisco Bay Area. A research collections, at least, and that's, you know, where I worked. That's how I got my start. So she's like family? Kind of. Yeah, I don't want to say that her family bought and sold my family, because I'm sure that's not entirely accurate. But that might be somewhere close to the dynamic that we're talking about here. So yeah. I'm eager to look into that further and discover more of those details. But anyway, this peregrine falcon that you're watching live, up at the top of Sather Tower, is named after Annie Montague Alexander. This is Annie, the peregrine falcon. Pretty cool, right? Happy Thursday, Birds Day. And Nerfdermer.
Ontogeny.
It's been a whole year. Thanks for the good work you do, Danny.
Almost,
Smiley
only
face.
32 months, Nerfdermer. Thank you for your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. 32 months is a long time, Nerfdermer. And the same number for Mechaholic, too. That is extraordinary. Yeah. Today's World Penguin Day, too. Very cool in Light Night. Very cool.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. Donut and Dice says, was recommended this stream by Nerf. Very keen on history? Awesome. Well, Donut and Dice, it is great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And Nerfdermer, thank you for gifting Donut and Dice. Appreciate you,
Nerf_Derma
Nerf.
gifted a tier
Thank you
1
very,
sub
very
to
much.
Donut and Dice. They
That is
have given
excellent.
67 gift subs in the channel.
Really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about...
Did you realize that chickens were a lot like little dinosaurs with feathers? I didn't, until I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy. But apparently the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
What an appropriate alert for Thursday, Birds Day. Thank you, Electric Mermaid, for your 13 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. How are you doing, Merms? It's good to see you. I hope things are good in your world. Earlier today, we were talking about this remarkable person, Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska, who is a Polish paleontologist born on this very day, 99 years ago. She died in 2015, but she was the leader of the Polish-Mongolian expeditions, discovering new species of dinosaur like Gallimimus and Dinochirus. And thank you, Lordy, for those 200 bits.
Really,
we've got a
spared no expense.
A golden Capitrain.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Valiant Cheese. They have given 426 gift subs in the channel.
Yeah, Golganek. Thank you, Golganek. Thank you very, very much.
Real_men_grow_beards gifted a tier 1 sub to SV Hakan.
And thank you, Beards. Holy moly.
Sub in the channel.
Thank you, Beards. We've got a golden Capitrain going on right now. Fantastic. Get the golden Stavros, yeah.
The majority of people who do research in paleontology consider themselves to be detectives in a sense.
Holy cow.
But part of the joy of our field is being able to go out and put together clues that sometimes are extremely obscure.
Sloppy Salamander gifted 2 subs.
Thank
If you're
you for
feeling
those
a bit
gifts,
cheated,
Salamander.
try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, the Raven.
Museum.
Yes.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Golden Capitrain.
Yes, indeed. No Kappa necessary. Avalon Angels. Thank you, Avalon Angels, for the 100 bits there. Exquisite. You've got... What does a golden capitrain mean? Exactly. Let's talk about it. So, the golden kappa is a special version of the kappa emote that is only available now. They can appear randomly in any monetized streamer's channel in lieu of the regular hype train. Viewers will receive the golden kappa emote regardless of what level they contribute at, so long as the hype train reaches at least level 1. So if you would like to be able to use this ultra rare golden kappa for the next 24 hours, consider contributing, I guess. All those people who just contributed: Avalon Angels, Electric Mermaid, The Raven, Sloppy Salamander, Stavros, Beards. Thank you, Psychanalis. Thank you very much. And what is this? Uh-oh.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway. Oh, boy, really?
Oh. That was a letdown. Sorry. Sorry, Lordy.
$5 on these.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Nerf Dermer, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. There's 2 possible outcomes with that 400 bits alert. If anyone wants to see what the other one is, you've got like a 50-50 shot at getting it. Lordy, thank you for the 400 bits. And thank you, Nerf Dermer, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Yeah. I thought it had to be 200 bits. Oh, does it? I don't know. Lady Wildtree, thank you for the 100 bits there. Exquisite. That is excellent. And all of a sudden, thank you for that gift sub there.
Saturn42 gifted a tier 1 sub to Roger_N_out.
Excellent. I appreciate that. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, the legendary Golden Kappa. I think we're gonna have more than a few viewers. We're gonna be able to use those for the next 24 hours. Having gotten them here, this is pretty awesome. Up, it's Sloppy Salamander.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway. Oh, boy, really?
Oh.
Oh, I wasted $5 on these.
I promise, there's a 50-50 shot of getting the alternative one to that. Different outcome. Sorry you didn't get that, Salamander. Shoot. Oh. Well. Let's see.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present
like
for
flipping
you
a coin.
lying in the driveway. Oh, boy, really?
No, I'm sorry, Salamander.
Oh, I wasted $5 on these.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a 50-50 rate. It is. I set it for 50-50. It could be one or the other. I promise I'm not trying to scam you, Salamander. The Neverwinter, that's exactly what happens. That's the other one that happens. It's supposed to be a 50-50 shot, you know? Yeah. We were scammed.
The Lenina
thank
gifted a tier 1 sub to Confused Echidna.
Thank you,
They
thank
have
you,
given
Lenina.
305
That's good
gift
aim
subs
there.
in the channel.
Echidna is good people. Thank you, Lenina. Oh, here we go. All right.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway. Oh, boy, really?
Yeah, we got it. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Anyway, it's always a 50-50 shot with those 400 bits, you know? Worth it? Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Holy cow. We've got a little bit less than a minute now to try and get to a level 3 here. Neverwinter remembers the line, yeah. 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 Anywho, good stuff. And Confused Echidna, you bet. Yeah. Thank you again, Lenina. I'm glad you won't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days here. I will be potentially leaving for the field to go, you know, go dig up more dinosaurs before you have to see another ad on this channel, Echidna. Yeah, for anybody who just kind of waltzed in lately, here, let me show you.
Anyway, let me introduce myself real quick.
Sure.
To have you here. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me know if you can't.
This is in Utah. I'll be in Utah from mid-July to mid-August this year. I'll be in Wyoming before then.
Well, hello, everybody, and greetings from wild and beautiful eastern Utah. Living here in the Cedar Mountain Formation, the very, very beginning of the Cretaceous period. And we just got here last night, started to set up camp. We finished setting up camp this morning, or mostly finished anyway. And we opened up the quarry today. So, welcome, everybody. You are in for such a treat.
So this is just setting up the quarry in the first place?
And we
just the first day.
So. It was a good time. It was a good time, yeah. Thank you for helping make that happen. That was a lot of fun. For sure. Yeah.
Anywho, yeah, we're going to be digging up more dinosaurs live on stream this summer.
MS Awet
At least
1998 gifted a
3
tier
new
1
species
sub to Sarge
will be
_Twitch
excavated. Pretty excited about that. So yeah. And Miss Yvette, thank you for the gift sub there. I appreciate it. Yeah. Good stuff. And Lady Wildtree says the wind is really bad lately here in Wyoming, just so you know. When is the wind not bad in Wyoming? I was there last summer, Lady Wildtree. I'll show you some of those streams. Wyoming, here we go. Yeah.
And you know, I've never found anything like this before in my career, so it's kind of sort of a bucket list thing. Yeah. So I mean, you guys are really lucky to see this. This is not something that happens every day.
Definitely not.
Paleontologists.
Yeah.
Not just the first dinosaur dig broadcast on Twitch, but the first, you know, new dinosaur taxon, new genus or new species.
Yeah.
Very, very lucky. I hope everybody realizes how fortunate they are watching this. This is you're not going to see this anywhere else. You're not going to see this on TV either. This is pretty cool.
There's going to be even more of this next summer, so I hope you're ready. It was really fortuitous. We got a really nice. I just clicked that at random. Yeah. Anyway, Golden Kappas. That's excellent. I can't wait to use that on Twitch elsewhere. Thank you, everybody who contributed there, and we are kind of within striking distance of our sub goal for the week. We've got the rest of today's stream, and then we've got tomorrow's stream this week. Let's see if we can get there. Thank you, everybody. Anywho, Salamander, thank you for your osprey submission here. Got us on that tangent on another bird of prey. Peregrine falcon. Falcons and osprey are not actually closely related. Falcons are more closely related to parrots, believe it or not, than to hawks or eagles or osprey or... Yeah, falcons are weird like that. We'll try the one zoom thing again one more time and see if it's working. It wasn't earlier, but we'll try it. No, it's not working right now. I don't know why it's not working, but it's not working. Normally we're using this a bunch during Thursday Birds Day, but gotta forgo it today. It's just not working. Anywho, Mayor Space says, I spotted these baby birds in a tree on an island in Lake Jessup. Their floppy jowls made me think they could be anhingas or cormorants. And there are plenty of these around, but there were a couple of concerned-looking tricolor herons hanging out very close by, so maybe these are the parents. Anyone knows how to ID baby Florida birds, go ahead and chime in and do some chirping. They're trying to keep cool, it seems like, keeping those mouths open, right? Almost like panting. That's really cool, Mayor of Space. That's really cool. Great footage. Yeah. Very cool. And look at that heron. Holy moly. Lovely. It's funny, though. That must be the camera stabilization that's making it do that. Very cool. I'm actually working on herons for a paper that I'm going to be publishing soon. Herons and a number of other extant tetrapods. But yeah, that is really neat, Mayor of Space. That is really neat. Yeah, maybe those are the parents. I don't know, Mayor of Space. That's cool. I met this pink friend this morning. Another Gala. Says cheesiness. Very nice, Valiant Cheese. What a beautiful bird. She's like, oh, you're photographing me? Oh, you shouldn't. Very nice. Look how shy she looks there. I asked for it, says Valiant Cheese, yeah. Nice. Very nice. What a charismatic bird. They are very cheeky. It says Donut and Dice. Let me pull up that Gala video that we watched a while ago. Yeah. There was like a news report that had them flying around causing problems. You know, good for them. I love when a bird goes around and causes problems. There's something very charming about that. Here we go.
From sun up to sundown, thousands of pink and grey galahs are making themselves comfortable.
As it gets drier and drier in the area, you know, the township is that little oasis that they fly over and, oh, here's a good place to camp.
Driven by a lack of water.
This guy's name is Rolk Britton. He's the mayor. You know, checks out. It reminds me of that. Reminds me of this. Of course.
$900 dues? Tobias! Did you accept a 6-hour collect call from the States?
It was an emergency call from the International Drainage Commission in Springfield.
Oh my God! There's nothing wrong with the bidet, is there?
Hello?
Right, I'm calling all the way from Squatters Crag, Australia, and I want to speak to Dr. Bat Simpson right now.
Hold please.
All right, but I don't...
Payroll, Bert Stanton speaking.
Oi! I said Bat Simpson. What kind of a company is this?
Bart Simpson's office?
Oh, thank the great good Lord. Look, I was just...
One moment, please.
Who do they think I am? Some stupid Aussie drongo? Bleeding Yanks. I oughta...
This is Bart Simpson. Can I help you, ma'am?
Yeah, hey! My name is Bruno Drundridge, right? You owe me $900, mate.
No, you owe me $900.
Ooh, you're just some punk kid, aren't you?
An Aussie accent. Yeah, it's not the best. I hope I'm not provoking an international incident
You're all the way
here.
in Australia. Hey, I think I hear a dingo eating your baby.
Yeah, well, oh, that's it. I'm gonna report this to me member of parliament. Hey, Gus! I got something to report to you.
That's a bloody outrage, it is. I want to take this all the way to the Prime Minister. Hey, Mr. Prime Minister!
mate. What's the good word?
Sometimes life imitates art.
And making themselves comfortable.
As it gets drier and drier in the area, you know, the township is that little oasis that they fly over and, oh, here's a good place to camp.
Driven by a lack of water, flocks have arrived in the last 2 months. They're hanging around town, lining trees and houses.
They are so noisy and they wake us up.
But Boulia's new feathered friends are becoming a nuisance, weighing down power cables, causing frequent outages.
Issues is with our computer systems. You know, technology is paramount nowadays with our fridges and all that sort of air conditioning.
Technology is paramount. A little windmill. I'm sorry. Just the framing there is really funny to me. I have nothing against the good people of Australia. It's actually one of the places I'm most excited about visiting at some point in the nearish future. Hopefully, inshallah, I'll be able to visit Australia. You've got wonderful dinosaurs in that country as well. Wonderful people, yeah, but
causing frequent
so
outages.
Funny. And David Karen says, "Laugh it up. We have healthcare." Oh no. You're right. I've been very thoroughly. Oh. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Meanwhile, I've not been to the dentist's office in 9 years at this point. Just haven't had dental coverage, you know? So yeah. Touche. You got a good point. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's continue.
Issues with our computer systems. You know, technology is paramount nowadays with our fridges and all that sort of air conditioners. So that would be causing fire in that areas. So it was having a financial impact as well.
To combat the new aerial residents, the energy company has installed spacers on power lines to stop them from touching, and the town has trimmed trees to remove perching points. Just getting around is a problem.
I've got to walk from home over the pub between two neighbours, and the trees are just stripped.
Oh, I love Australia.
And I'm just waiting for them to poop on me.
And so the thing is, if and when I go to Australia, this will be the part of Australia that I go to. It'll be, you know, Queensland. It's where many of the, you know, the best dinosaur fossils are from. But yeah.
Locals may be forced to wait until the droughts end before their feathered friends seek new perching spots. Tracy Brown, Associated Press.
Anyway, galahs, they are really, really cool birds, very charismatic. Thank you, Cheeseness, for posting. You're gonna have fun as a Yank in rural Queensland. I'll have to work on my impression so I can blend in, you know, work on my accent. And
Lope tells me you're one of these archaeologist fellas.
Well, he's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Oh.
We dig deeper.
Modder Paul's Gambates and their 11 raiders would also like to dig deeper.
Modder Paul's Gambates, how was your stream? I hope it was excellent. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. How are things? How did your stream go? I want to hear about it. Thank you for the raid. Well, shoot, if anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm streaming to you from my office here in the San Francisco Bay Area. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs, I work on dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature. I dig up dinosaurs during the summer, and I'll be doing that again very soon. At the end of May, I'm going to be going out to Wyoming to do some more excavations and live stream it. Pretty excited about that. So yeah. Anyhow, and Twitch Troll, how are you doing? Howdy. Welcome everybody from Modern Paul Scambates' raid. It's good to have you here. We are celebrating Thursday Birds Day today. It is the day of the week when we talk about how birds are living dinosaurs. They're the only living dinosaurs. At the end of the Cretaceous period, you know the story, that asteroid hit the Earth, threw up a bunch of dust and soot, blocked out the sun, ecological collapse. It's like between 70 and 90% of life on Earth died out, but a handful of bird species managed to make it through that extinction event. Birds that had originally evolved from dinosaurs, so we still have dinosaurs around today. A good number of them. How many species of birds do we have around today?
Over 9,000!
It's a lot. Yeah. So we still have dinosaurs. And that's what we talk about on Thursday Birds Day. And we're looking at different pictures of birds submitted by members of the community here. From Brandington, we've got a mourning dove. There was a mourning dove at my gal pal's windowsill yesterday. It's like, where's the dove? Oh, there's the dove. That is really funny. Just dove. There's an eye, there's the beak. It's really, yeah, creeping. Yeah, Castle Dreamer, yeah. It does know what's good, Charcone. Yeah. But yeah. If you do come to Queensland, says Confused Echidna, just wear something dark red or maroon, because all our sports teams wear maroon. Some are literally called the Maroons. I do have some maroon shirts, Echidna. Unless you're trying to set me up, am I gonna get strung up if I do that? No, you wouldn't do that to me, Echidna. You wouldn't do that. I'll remember that. Bill, got any seeds in there? Just cheese, yeah. I really love this. That's really funny to me. What a lovely photo. Thank you, Breddington, bringing us that joy there. That's lovely. And it's a true fact. I wouldn't set you up to any. Thank you, Echidna. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, here, let's, here's a wrap-up song. No, different song. Alexander Morrison says, just finished lunch and noticed a large osprey, perhaps a female. Zooming in reveals the tail fin of its own lunch, an unlucky fish. Yeah, there you go. Very cool. Multiple ospreys today, spotted by members of the community. This is awesome. This is really, really cool. Also called fish eagles. Osprey are largely piscivorous. They mostly eat fish. It's cool. Their talons are more curved than those of other birds of prey. Because they evolved for hooking into fishes like this. It's cool how, like, the morphology, you can match that to a lifestyle. And so dinosaurs with particularly curved claws, you know, you always got to wonder, like, is this for fishing, potentially? But yeah. Cool stuff. Yeah. And... oh no, don't do this. I think this is Denver's paper, isn't it? Yeah. If this is from 2009, yeah. This is my old crew chief wrote this paper. Can't access it. I'm not subscribed to Wired, but that's really cool. I didn't realize that that Denver's Clause 1 paper, as he called it, was featured in Wired magazine. Pretty neat. Anywho. Yeah. But osprey, pretty cool critters. And it's neat how we can look at the morphology of their claws and hope to learn something about the behavior of extinct dinosaurs, potentially. I see out of the corner of my eye, says Rayzilla, a large black object moving, so I look and it's some corvid. Not sure if it's a crow or a raven, but very cool regardless. That looks like a crow to me. Yeah, that's a crow. Ravens, they're larger, they're a little bit slower moving, their wing beats aren't as fast. They've got a big honking beak. This is a crow right there. That's Corvus brachyrhynchos, probably the American crow. Yeah. Neat. Thank you, Rayzilla. Good stuff. A classic Thursday Birdsday bird. Thank you, Rayzilla. Excellent. And ravens do have like that thick neck with the cool neck feathers. Absolutely, adult viper. Yeah. You came back for a moment? Awesome. Oh yeah, that's a crow. Look how slender the legs are. Yeah, eating something. What's he got there? Nice. The ravens are large. Yeah. I heard from another birder one time that, like, if you have to wonder whether it's a crow or a raven, it's definitely a crow. With a raven, you're like, oh, shoot, that's a raven. It's so big, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Is he eating an English muffin or something? Very cool. Very cool. And Dr. Terra says, birds like this immature white ibis and grackle have to be very aware of their surroundings. Can you all spot the crocs? Have we got crocodilians in frame here? Oh yeah, one right there. And one right there. Very nice. Is that... Is that an American crocodile right there?
Look at the alligator.
That's not an alligator, that's a crocodile.
Right there. Look, it's right there.
So, alligators have got a different shaped snout. It doesn't come to it as pointy,
Right there.
you know, an alligator's got a much broader snout, more round at the end. That is a crocodile. Yeah, not an American crocodile. Oh, okay. Caterpillar says, no, that's a grackle. Caterpillar, I appreciate you. Yeah. Man, we've got an immature white ibis. Yeah. And a Nile crocodile, maybe? I don't know. And there are 3 of them. Yeah, I saw another one over there. If we go toward the beginning. There's one right here. And there's another one. Where did I see the other one? That's so funny. They kind of know when they hang out in a spot. There's like, you know, I've got this concrete thing over here that looks like me. This looks like me too. I can just kind of blend in. Just wait for some tourists to walk behind them. Ow! No, they're not really after tourists. They're after... well, just about anything they can catch. But it's not like they prey on people as a matter of course. It's not part of their natural diet. The water is gross, yeah. American continents, not USA. Is this a, it's not an Orinoco crocodile, right? The snout looks too broad for an Orinoco. It might be... I don't know. Go to the Americans, but not American. If one Zoom were working right now, we could look at the different crocodilians. Or Wikipedia, I guess. Yeah. Crocodilidae, the true crocodiles. Nile crocodile, saltwater crocodile. C. acutus, C. rhombifer, or C. Morlettii. Orinoco crocodile. I don't think it's one of them. Morlet's crocodile? I don't think so. Cuban crocodile. That's got to be it. It's a Cuban crocodile, isn't it? Oh, sorry, wrong button. Yeah, Cuban crocodile? Oh, it's a Morlet, really? Huh. Also known as the Belize crocodile. Interesting. Okay, okay. Well, crocodiles and birds are both part of a clade called Archosauria. Includes dinosaurs, too. Yeah. Yeah, Morlet's crocodile. Pretty neat. Very nice. Pretty neat. Castor German says, if I got to pick, I would be a crocodile. You know, if you reach adulthood as a crocodile, you could have a pretty good life, I would think. Yeah. Mostly just sitting around, waiting for food to come to you. Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Anyway, thank you, Dr. Terra, for posting. That's really neat. Really neat. Here. I have a baryonyx torso. It's crocodile-like enough, isn't it? Charcone's got a ruby-crowned kinglet. Ooh. It's kind of an elusive bird. Hanging out with some of the out-of-frame chickadees. It out-hyperactives even them. This is also a lifer. Very cool, Charcone. We've got a lifer here. Yeah. First time you've ever seen this? That's pretty awesome, Charcone. That's pretty special. Thank you for sharing with us. Ruby Crown Kinglet. Lovely. I remember seeing these in the Presidio in San Francisco back when I worked there, and it was almost impossible to get a photograph of them. They just move so fast. They're so hyperactive. It's nuts. Yeah. Yeah, what a lovely little bird. Very cool. Very cool. Here, since I did the lifer for you, let's look up Ruby Crown Kinglet here. Pretty neat. Look at that sweet little bird. Really lovely. Yeah. They do best in like shrubs and in forests, I think. I don't think they do super well in like disturbed habitat. I've only ever seen them like kind of deep in the Presidio, away from houses and stuff like that. But pretty cool, Charcone. Pretty cool. Thank you for sharing. That's awesome. And why do they move so fast? It's thought that certain species might actually... this is going to sound like a joke, but it's not. They actually perceive time in a different way, and their heightened metabolism and their reflex, everything is just sped up. Yeah. This is exactly SV, yeah. And it was in a suburb. Oh, very cool, Charcone. Well, good for that little bird being so adaptable. Surviving in the suburbs. Suburbs are rough places sometimes, you know. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. And hummingbirds would very much be in that category. A hummingbird, their hearts can beat like 80 times a second, right? They live life in the fast lane. Holy cow. Casey says, snapped a bad photo. It's not a bad photo. Of a mostly hidden bird of prey outside my window during a snowstorm a few weeks ago. I think it's red-tailed hawk, but would love interpretation. That's a really pointy, or a really recurved beak for a red tail? I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked if this is like a Cooper's hawk. Let's see what some of the experts say here. Oh, no replies? Well, what do you think, chat? Red tail or Cooper's hawk? Oh, and where is this bird? That is a crucial piece of information, Mayor Space. Good question. Yeah. Red tail hawk beak. Okay, that is pretty recurved, but sparrowhawk beak. See that? I think this is what I was thinking of. It's got even more of a curve to it. Or does it? I don't know. I could be way off base with this. And Colorado, says Casey. Oh yeah, of course, Colorado. How did I forget? Are those the breast feathers that a red-tailed hawk would have? I'm not sure, Valiant Chief. Yeah. And Salamander says, hard to tell if a Cooper's hawk or a sharp-shinned hawk. Its beak seems way more delicate than a red-tail to me. That's kind of what I was thinking too. How big was it? It was this big, Golganek. The fact that it's in among a bunch of branches, or seems to be in among a bunch of branches, would suggest Cooper's hawk to me rather than red-tail. Red-tail's like more open areas. But maybe all of these branches are just in between the camera and the bird. Although it doesn't quite look like it. It looks like it's in among those branches. I'd say it's probably a Cooper's hawk, but it could be a sharp-shinned. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Anyway, thank you for posting. Casey, thank you for posting. Mayor Spaces, it looks like it's about as long as a piece of string. Maybe about as heavy as a rock. Very insightful, Mayor Space. Very insightful. Yeah. And it is pretty cool, Casey. That's pretty cool. We had some hawks move into our neighborhood here recently, and I haven't been able to get a good photo yet, nor identify them. There are some red-tail hawks that I see down the street, but I saw some others from the backyard. They might be the same birds. They might be the same red-tails. But they were hanging out in a tree next door. Dinosaur Dave says, at a croc park in Broome, and they got some dinosaurs. Then two eagles turned up and started stealing the food that they were feeding to the crocs. That's a sculpture there. But is that a real cassowary in the back, or emu in the background? Looks like a real live emu walking around behind. Who are these birds? Some kind of psittaciform bird, some kind of like parrot relative. I don't know what this is. And there's a galah right there. Yeah, nice. That is a galah, right? Yeah. Very cool. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave, for posting good stuff. And we got more from Dinosaur Dave. Not sure who that is. We gotta cruise through these. And a bird of prey. Ooh. Who is that right there? Guess what? Bird butt. Who is this? Huh. Hard to tell from the rear. But very cool. Thank you, Dinosaur Day, for posting. And Fallen Pine, I think in honor of Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska, we can call it Tak Zwartek, meaning Bird Thursday in Polish. I like that, Fallen Pine. I like that. I'm not I don't know how to pronounce Polish, but hopefully I didn't just totally butcher that. And that's a red-tailed black cockatoo. Oh, very cool, Valiant Chi. Is that one there? Red-tailed black cockatoo? Oh, look at those tail feathers. That is really cool. It reminds me... You know what this reminds me of? This is dumb. But it reminds me of the new memory sticks that I got. I've got 64 gigs of RAM in this machine. iOS just helped me install those yesterday. And they've got like RGB lighting inside, which I do not need. It's the most ridiculous thing in the world. But I'm looking at it right now. It really reminds me of the tail feathers there. Because there's like a grate over the top of the tower, and it really looks like the feather. Yeah, that's funny. Makes you go faster, trust me. And light night, really. The colored lights make it go faster? Yeah. What site did you download the RAM from? Very funny ongoing. The RGB makes you a true gamer, says Mayor Space. Well, good, because I'm not playing many games. That's not gonna do it. Andy's the 188. Look at this lovely bird. Who is this? Another psittaciform bird, another parrot relative. All these lovely birds, presumably from Australia? I don't know. Yeah. But that is, yeah, lovely background there. That looks like could be Australian trees in the background. Very cool, Andes. I'm not sure who that is. And Paleontologist VA, very nice. Is this your first time posting for Thursday Birds Day? This is lovely. We've got some kind of lovely woodpecker there, it looks like. I'm not sure what kind. So I'm gonna say it's definitely an ivory bill, you know? Yeah. But this is lovely. I love this Paleontologist VA. Good stuff, good stuff. Thank you for posting. Excellent. Very nice. And anybody know their woodpeckers really well? I don't. Especially in Virginia. You're probably not going to have the same species that we have here in California. But yeah, very nice. Thank you for posting, Paleontologist VA. And Salamander says, sorry for the double post, that's fine. Pertinent information, the electric company has torn down the osprey nest. No. Riot in the streets. That is not okay. Well, hopefully they at least did it before they started laying eggs. Maybe they were afraid that the osprey were gonna get electrocuted, but like that's an infrastructure problem. They need to solve that. You know? Yeah. I'm gonna forget. Yeah, salamander. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I've got a bone to pick with our electric company here here in California. Pacific Gas and Electric are PG&E are. Don't get me started on them. They were basically the villain in that film, Aaron Brockovich. They're so much worse than real. They've killed so many people. It's nuts. Pure evil. They've only started a few fires, says Scatterbiggle. Oh, boy. Yeah, they're... Oh, my goodness. Yeah. And then they've, like, quintupled their rates over the past year. Insane. And Melmoon the She-Geek says, hello, everyone. Hello, She-Geek. Welcome, welcome. My first Birds Day post. Yes. These were taken by my father a few weeks ago in my parents' backyard that is an oasis for birds, squirrels, and other critters. Living in South Florida, we've seen a lot of pileated and red-bellied woodpeckers in their yard, but I believe this is the first red-headed. What a handsome fella, and this might even answer our question from what that other woodpecker was in Virginia from Paleontologist VA. These are lovely. What a good-looking bird there. Holy moly. Yeah. Yeah. You called it gravity? Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, okay. This one. Keep that mental image. Okay, you got it? Mental snapshot. Now, scroll up to here. Yeah, that's a bingo there. That is the same bird. Very nice. A red-headed woodpecker from Paleontologist VA. Very nice. Exciting stuff. Very cool. Thank you, She-Geek. This is a phenomenal first Thursday Birds Day bird post. Thank you for helping us understand. Thank you for... This is like a new fossil discovery providing context for one that was a mystery before. This is lovely. Good stuff. Yeah. Thing says, I was at the pet store getting food for my dinosaur and made some friends. This video is a pair of budgies. The picture is of a pineapple conure. That's a beautiful bird there. Holy cow. Really lovely. Thank you for posting, Yeah, very nice. We call these parakeets here in the States, but in a lot of Commonwealth countries, people call them budgies. Oh, I had some friends growing up who had a parakeet. His name was Bubbles. Kind of like this one, but with more blue, and these feathers weren't as dark. But yeah. In the places they're from, people call them budgies. There you go, Valiant Cheese. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you for posting the thing. This is excellent. And Ms. Art Rules, Miss Yvette says, in honor of World Penguin Day. Sorry if it's not my pick. I tried to find penguin photos on the phone, but no luck. Are these blue penguins? Are these like the smallest species of penguin around today? Very cute. Yeah. Cuties indeed, Salamander, yeah. Fairy penguins / blue penguins, yeah. Got it. Yeah, nice. Thank you, Valiant Cheese. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, Ms. Yvette. Bet Medler's got more Canada geese and many babbies on the local river enjoying a spring day. Got a whole flotilla of little goslings there with mom and dad, presumably. Very cool. Bet Medler, very cool. You love to see it. Dinosaurs enjoying a spring day. Think about all the havoc that these baby Canada geese will wreak one day. You know? Yeah. Brings a tear to my eye. Very cool. Steely Dan says, went to the park for lunch today and got some not great pictures of birds. It's Thursday Birds Day. They don't have to be good photos. We have a grayish egret / heron, some kind of duck with an orange bill and black and white wings, and a cardinal. That is a great blue heron, looks like. Very nice. I don't know who those are. But yep, there is a northern cardinal, a male right there. Lovely. Excellent. Who are the ducks, though? We're gonna want to zoom in and enhance. I don't know if that did any good. This isn't CSI. Yeah, but very cool, Steely Dan. Thank you for posting. Excellent. Oh, plethora of birds. And Pimpcat says, what bird would be closest to something like a T-Rex or Stegosaurus? So that's the thing, Pimpcat, is that all birds are equally closely related to dinosaurs. Birds all seem to have evolved from a single dinosaur species around probably like the middle to maybe the beginning of the late Jurassic. That original bird ancestor probably looked a lot like Anchiornis here, which is a troodontid dinosaur from the late Jurassic of China. Late Jurassic, right? I don't think it's early Cretaceous.
Tradoon.
But anyway, yeah, so it was from one dinosaur species that probably looked something like this that all of the species of birds evolved from. That's why birds today are a clade. They're all related to each other because they all came from a common ancestor. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Anchiornis. Lovely critter. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff, Steely Dan. Thanks for posting. Axeman says, this male brown-headed cowbird has started showing up in my backyard recently. I later saw him with his mate, and then several other cowbirds. I love watching the social interaction of these animals. Their calls are really unique and sound almost electronic. Brown-headed cowbirds are known for laying their eggs in other birds' nests and letting them raise their young for them. Yeah, that's called nest parasitism. They are nest parasites. Brood parasites. Another word for that. Lovely photos here. Exquisite. Really, really lovely pictures. Well done. Holy cow, Axeman. Look at that. Look at that right there. That's some quality photography. It's almost like they're posing for you. What's your secret, Axeman? But yeah, brown-headed cowbirds. Very nice, Axeman. Thank you for posting. Excellent. And do they copy sounds? I don't know if they do. Here, I don't think they do. They probably sound a lot like blackbirds, I would guess. Here. Yeah, they'd sound a lot like a red-winged blackbird. They're probably related. If one's in, we're working, we would check. But it's not. Yeah. Let's hear those sounds, bird. Yeah, that sounds a lot like a red-winged blackbird. Those are birds that you hear in, like, marshy habitats across the U.S. Very cool. Very cool. Brown-headed cowbird. Very nice there. Very, very nice, Axeman. That is lovely. Good stuff. And Lordy! Well, I know these birds. These are at the feeder in front of our house. That is a lesser goldfinch. Not less than, just lesser. They're a little small. But, one on the feeder and in the bird bath. Excellent. That is really awesome, Lordy. Thank you for posting. I filled up this feeder. It turns out that Niger seed that these guys eat, it goes stale after a while. And I guess Lordy was telling me that the oil kind of comes out of it, and that's what they really like. And so we had some old Niger seed there in the feeder, and it wasn't attracting very many goldfinches. But I swapped that out, put some new seed in there, and suddenly they go nuts for it. Oh yeah. Yeah. And you bet, Lordy. You bet. Thank you for posting. This is lovely. So happy you got this bird bath, too. It's nice to see the birds actually use it. I'm excited. Heptacularaptor's got a pileated woodpecker in the Florida Everglades. The red stripe on its cheek indicates it's a male. Very cool Heptacularaptor. That is a lovely photo as well. Well, well, well. Very nice. I love how, like, seeing part of the sclera there, like part of the white of the eye, just makes him look like he's fiending. Yeah, I like that Heptacularaptor. Good stuff. Thank you, thank you. Feral Yoshi says a turkey vulture I saw in the park last week. That's I don't often see turkey vultures on the ground. Probably 7 or 8 of them together. That's really cool, Feral Yoshi. Yeah, an underappreciated bird, the turkey vulture. They do a lot of cleanup, eating carcasses and stuff. It's an important job. I'm glad they're around to do it. Yeah. Very cool, Feral Yoshi. Thank you for posting. That's excellent. And Lady Fiend has got a bird outside. What is that at the feeder? Let's take a look. Ooh, I immediately want to say house sparrow, but no, I don't think that's a house sparrow. That's somebody else. That's mystery bird. I don't know who that bird is there, but I want to believe somebody in the chat might be able to figure it out. Interesting stuff. Thank you, Lady Fiend, for your bird photograph. That's excellent. An ant says not good, yeah. Britishosaurus says, this is at the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park wetlands. Mute swan, Egyptian geese, magpie, crow. See if you can spot the tufted ducks. Are they in the background there? Very nice. It's dangerous approaching this kind of bird at such close range. Nicely done there. Yeah, I see. Is that a black-billed magpie? Very cool. Britannosaurus, was these taken in the UK? Do you have black-billed magpies in the UK? We had them back in Montana when I lived there. Yeah, that's super cool. They live in like the Rocky Mountain region of the US. Up north. Yeah. Neil says, had to drop off an injured sea turtle at the local science center. You saved the sea turtle? That's super cool, Neil. And they were taking the owl out for a show and tell with the school group, so lucky me. That is like as close as you can get to an owl without your eyes getting plucked out. I'm just kidding. I'm sure this owl is not that ornery. But that's a... I think the closest bird photo award of the day goes to Neilf. That's pretty awesome. Very cool, Neil. Very, very cool. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille. Exactly. I haven't... Yeah. And Psychoanalysis says, speaking of racing pigeons here on stream... Oh, did you pre-watch this stream today? Psychoanalysis? Here's a lost racing pigeon that I found a couple of years ago. I was able to handle it easily. I tracked down the owner through the leg bands. Considering this pigeon didn't know how to get home, he was probably not very good at his job. Or maybe he was trying to retire. Well, thank you for treating this pigeon with kindness there. That is, that's pretty cool there, Psychanalis. That's pretty cool. I hope, you know, this pigeon was able to retire with a full pension and, you know, be able to go to the golf course every day and, you know, poop on the golfers. Miss Creation says this good old Aussie emu was also an apparent war winner. Yes, indeed, they did win a war back in the after World War I. For my recent trip to the Australia Zoo, very, very cool. Emus are such cool birds. One of my favorite extant birds. Emus and cassowaries. They've got a special place in my heart. And they're sister taxa as well. They're each other's closest living relatives. Emus and cassowaries. Very, very cool miscreation. Thank you for posting. That's lovely. Good stuff. Solar 2015 has got our last Thursday birthday bird of the week. And this, to me, is... I think that's a killdeer. And, surprisingly, they do exactly what their name says. They feed primarily on elk and moose and deer. They can eat an entire deer in just a few minutes. It's pretty incredible. I'm totally kidding. No. I think their call sounds something like killdeer, killdeer, or something like that, which is why they're called that. Sometimes antelope, says Meal. Yeah. They carry them into the sky, right? They do, Salamander, yeah. Yeah. Green Braces had me going, yeah. I think they're called that because that's what their call sounds like. Yeah, here we go. I'm not hearing it. It doesn't sound like that. Well, maybe let's look it up. Yeah. Killdeer. Charadrius vociferus. They are loud, yeah. It's a large plover found in the Americas. It gets its name from its shrill two-syllable call, which is often heard. Its call is often heard. How is this a featured article with writing like that? Whatever. I don't know. That seems like clumsy writing. But, yeah. Cool stuff. Thank you there, Solor, for posting. And that concludes this week's Thursday Birds Day. Thank you, everybody, for contributing. I hope you had fun today. I hope you had fun learning about Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska as well. Pioneering paleontologist. And I hope I'll see you again tomorrow for another stream. It is World Tapir Day tomorrow. So we're going to be talking about those critters. That is, I think a Malayan tapir. They've got the coloration like that. The tapir look like this. That's a brolic. And there's a little baby. A tapir tot, according to the caption. It's World Tapir Day tomorrow, so we're going to be talking about these critters and how they're related to horses and rhinoceros. They're all perissodactyl mammals. Tapirs, horses, and rhinoceros. All evolved from a common ancestor back in probably like the Eocene. Or earlier. Probably the Paleocene, actually. Shoot. But yeah, and we'll be talking about some extinct perissodactyls as well. It should be a fun stream. And I hope you'll join me for that. But for now, it's time to wrap up our stream here. But don't go away. We are going to go right into another channel. And maybe we'll look at some more birds there. Let's see. Is it too dark over at Hoot House to see anything? No. Oh, you know what we're gonna do actually is we're gonna raid into Nerduino. Fellow science streamer here on Twitch. Yeah. There's also oh, and he's doing a fundraiser for the Shriners Hospitals for Children. Very nice. And it's his 2-year affiliate anniversary. Excellent. Good stuff. We're gonna go say hello to Nerduino, who used to work for NASA. He's literally a rocket scientist. So that's gonna be cool. He was on the science panel with us at TwitchCon last year, and with any luck, might be again this year too. San Diego. Anyway, thank you everybody who contributed during today's stream. Can we see some of those golden kappas? We should use those in Nerduino's chat when we raid in. Thank you everybody for a lovely Thursday Birds Day. I hope you all had fun. Hope you learned something. Thank you for your enthusiasm, for your questions, for your financial support. Moderators, thank you for modding. Followers and raiders and cheerers, thank you for following and raiding and cheering. Appreciate you all very, very much. And I hope to see you tomorrow for World Tapir Day. Tune in. For now, let's go say hello to Nerduino. I'll see you there. Let's do it.